like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling a rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, Find my way, on my way, on my way. Dream my way, never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Guess it's gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta show that. We got no cry. We bound if I guess one. Crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time we go. Live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Guess it's gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night,
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one break us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world.
Hi, we are from Noah Esport.
Hello, I'm from Team Secret.
Hi, kami dari pada O2 Esports.
Hi, we are BSC.
Hi everyone, we are DT Gaming.
So we are So Esport.
纷争开始了。
13吗 ？TS 13，感觉把把就是13输出啊。
PS，对。
我们有 A 组打野。
好像你们的 CY 算是一个很厉害的打野，但是在训练赛里面为什么经常被我打成让我0.6呢？这次我来了，你们就小心点吧，别让你们的野区成为我的家了。
你们的文帝在13前面像小学生。
BSC, why you guys lose to AG lah? But don't worry, I believe you. This time you can beat them.
奥图想好自己有没有机会去沙特吧？感觉这次 MKL 的比赛遇到你们是让我最没压力的队伍。
DTE 啊，我觉得你们对我们也是没有压力的。
Same 啦。
Won't you yell out my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now. Ready to go. Power within. Fight for your name. Ready to give it all.
Hugging stinks. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken. A call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground, and they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring you all the heat, all the action in the second week of the Honor of Kings MKL Spring Season 2025. It's your boys here, Contra, alongside with Sir Cloud, to bring you all the games for today. And my, I've been missing out a little bit when, we're finally back, Sir Cloud. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling refreshed, amazed, and energized for week number 2 because week number 1 was amazing. We had a few interesting results, I must say, but of course, that's done and dusted. Week number 1, I'm pretty sure these teams will have learned from each other after playing their first week. Now, week 2 will be the week where we'll start to see these teams applying what they actually learned from each other.
Sure enough, and sometimes people say, oh, week 1, it's all about trials and errors and testing the waters for a little bit. But you know what? You can also check out a lot of cool deals from our dear partners of Realme later on. But before we even get to that, let's also take a look at the tournament format in case if you guys are here for the very first time.
Yes, and this is the format here in case for whatever reason you just joined us. But if you've been around, you probably know about this. But just to remind everyone that we are currently still in the regular season where all 8 teams will play a double round robin. But only the best 6 teams will move on to the playoffs. And the playoffs will happen very, very later at an offline venue. So make sure to check out the social medias of HOK Esports Malaysia for more information on that. And these are your 8 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 4 of them directly invited, and 4 of them came through the qualifiers.
That's right, which means we might have to say goodbye to 2 teams by the end of this group stages. But they're definitely going to be fighting for something pretty huge, and that's a hefty chunk out of the $60,000 up for grabs. Of course, throughout the regular seasons, they'll be rewarded too. Every game that they play, they will have the participation award, which will be split 50-50 apiece. Meanwhile, there's also victory bonus where if they win 2-0, they walk away with a full 300 USD. If they have a series that goes 2-1, then it will be split 200 and 100 each.
Oh yeah, so there's a lot of money on the line here, right? There's also the placement based on the playoff as well. And there's also the individual award. The FMVP himself will take home $1,000. One player, $1,000. That's pretty nice there. That's pretty nice. And of course, the champion will take home $11,000. You have to add on that, plus a victory bonus, plus participation award. Wow, that's a lot of money on the line, Contra.
Yeah, I don't even know how to actually count. How much do they actually get, whether if you're all the way up there in the first? Well, of course, we'll leave it all to that, but all we do know is that it's not just about the money, it's all about the pride of bringing Malaysia up there in the international stages to compete eventually in the Esports World Cup. So, of course, as we talk about positionings and stuff, let's also take a look at current standings for the season so far.
Yes, and right now at the top, it is AG Global with a match win of 3-0 at this moment, followed by Nova Esports, Team Secret at 3rd place, 4th place will be Black Shrew Esports, 5th place will be DTE Gaming, 6th place Doda, 7th will be O2 Esports, and 8th will be Seoul Esports. Now, O2 Esports and Seoul Esports, obviously, they're not in the top 6 right now. They need to find their way to get out of that bottom. And they are the only 2 teams who have not got a match win yet.
Yeah, it's been a rough week 1, but also at the very same time, they've also been matched up against some really heavy hitters, especially for O2 Esports. So Esports, this is going to be their first venture into this league where they're meeting with some of the top dogs of Malaysia so far. And as much as it's been a little bit of a rude awakening, you got to also keep in mind that they've been adapting along the way. We see improvements by day 3 that they've been able to also match up to the pace of Dota. Hopefully, they'll be able to put a whole lot more for today, because later on they'll be matched against DTE. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the schedule as well. As I did mention beforehand, our first match will be Seoul Esports to take on DTE. Followed by that, it's Black True Esports versus O2, and our highlight match of the day, look no further than Team Secret versus Nova.
Oh man, that is going to be a big one here, ladies and gentlemen. And it is on a rolling schedule, so you might want to keep yourselves in front of your screen so you don't miss out on some of the best matches here today. And looking at the first series here, first match, Seoul Esports versus DTE. DTE, I would say, as a team who came from the qualifiers going up against some of the giant teams inside the MKL, they're actually doing pretty well so far. In fact, they're the best performing team from the qualifier team. While Seoul Esports, they have yet to find their first win. So Seoul Esports, they have to pick up the pace now.
Definitely, as we do see that they have at least adapted to the current meta of what heroes have been played out, and it's all about gelling together, because from what we do know so far, they're the only teams out of the many here that's not playing full-time, which means like whether they're students or if they're having, their full-time job, they gotta actually put so much hours to train harder than the rest of the pack.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But you guys can train as good as these guys as well, especially if you have the right phone, ladies and gentlemen. The MKL is supported by official tournament partner Realme Gaming. Pick Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and empowers players to enjoy 120 FPS in HOK. Promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. Gaming, pick Realme 14 series.
Yeah, it's just amazing how Realme has been powering all our players out there. If you guys have checked out even the rest of the major leagues, they're also, of course, supported by Realme. So, of course, thank you so much for being part of our journey together. Now, that being said as well, when we take a look at, the story so far, so Esports, as much as they're the new kids on the block, I think there's definitely very promising signs coming from their players, as they have been able to go blow for blow, adapting every single game. And I think like back in day 3 of what has been played out, they have been able to at least hold teams till 15-minute mark or so. It's not just about that direct battle that ends within less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, and the best part about Seoul Esports is that they are a full local lineup versus every other team. They would have, whether it's a player import or a import coach. So a full local lineup, obviously they're bringing a lot of pride here for the local scene. So it will be interesting. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the community fans as well, they'll be looking forward to seeing a community represented team to be able to do well up here in the MKL. But of course, if we talk about our upcoming match here, it's Seoul Esports versus DTE. The thing about between Seoul Esports and DTE is that they have not yet met in the qualifiers. So we don't really have much data on how they will perform against each other.
Yeah, that's the thing where, of course, we want to gauge what the power is like. And right now, when we take a look at DTE's track record, it may have actually not seemed to be the cleanest so far, but they've actually pulled off big upsets where even some of all these teams that they go up against, I believe the last we saw was them against ENG. To be able to take that one game away, and every match went to the span of 20 over minutes of the late game to be the decider, it has been pretty much a very grueling task for not only DTE to actually secure those clean wins. So I think this week, that is going to be their main party target, to tidy up some of the battles, to be a lot more convincing when they do meet the rest of the pack so that you don't show any kind of flaws. And in terms of draft, I think week one, we've seen everyone going into similar patterns and we have some curveballs being thrown in between. Do you feel like week two, we might actually see a little bit more of wrenches being thrown around?
I kind of have a feeling that in a week two, generally, we're going to see a lot of the same picks because these teams, they want to go for something that they're comfortable with. They want to gain some level of momentum throughout the entire regular season. Now, coming into the draft here, so it looks like we're going to start off with DTE Gaming banning out the Luna. I mean, dude, the Luna has been insane. Always a last picker and always very, very impactful to a match. Not surprised that it's out.
Yeah, I believe that Goy has also piloted that hero so well last week, where he was the bane of all these issues that Seoul Esports were causing up against their opponents, and I believe that's just about enough respect to be given. Now, looking through the list, we could expect Yada to be taken off the list. Now, we've actually seen both of these sides go on My Journey before. Is that going to be a big priority here in this matchup?
Ooh, now that the fact that the Arlie's been banned out, only one more ban slot for Seoul Esports before we get in. Okay, so it looks like it's out. But that also means that a lot of the hot picks are currently open. Okay, you can go for the Dolia +1 combo or maybe the Ming Lady Sun combo. Those are the options that are currently down on the table. But looks like the first pick is going to be Dharma for DTE Gaming that will allow them the flexibility and option to either do split pushes or also to backstep Seoul Esports with this current pick. And looks like they're going to go for the Dolia +1 combo for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, already picking up the Dune immediately so that he could actually get 2 ultimates to be refreshing some of all these battles for easier pickings as well. So DTA haven't really shown their cards too much, but looking at this current situation, they've picked up the Pei as well as Ladies, and they want to play high tempo, and whoever this lady doesn't actually catch with the Bloosh or even any form of a knockup, they will just pounce onto whichever that target is, and DTE, they are looking to have a solid pick-off roster right now.
Oh, lots of pace here with the Dharma and the Pei. So to match up with that pace, Mayen is very much needed. So I would expect that with the Mayen pick, the instruction is going to be this from the coach. Your role is just to track down, is just to mark the Dharma so that he doesn't do anything funny. It's probably going to be the same instruction for DTE Gaming as well, telling the Dharma to be like, okay, you're going to mark down Mayen because you don't want any of those tricky moves, I must say, that comes from behind and do funny stuff, something like that. But now that we're going on to the next ban phase, right? So with the fact that the Dolia is still at the side of Seoul Esports, so we're going to see some of the combos being banned out. The Hoyi is out. Potentially, we might see the Long being banned out too. There you go.
Yeah, there's just going to be a withering out the pool. Well, we've seen plenty of Lady Sun that has been played out throughout the past week with very decent record, but when we take a look at this draft, it doesn't seem like it's the protect the precedent kind of composition per se. So perhaps if they really want to go all in, we got to also look at other options, which if we want to go safe, then DRJ is still pretty much up for grabs. And I guess like Arlie, of course, being axed out, they have to go for this DRJ here.
Ooh, okay. So for now, Seoul Esports mid is still open. Something that can combo with Dolia, I would say Yijing might be a good one, so that you can have a good AoE control. You can couple up together with the Dune as well to give that extra CC control onto DTE Gaming. DTE Gaming, they obviously pick their mid, so they won't be picking that. So Seoul Esports, I believe that's just free for them to pick. Go for the Yijing later on.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really down to who's going to be the major front line. DTE probably will be looking for a tank support, and that's where the Lianpo actually comes in super handy. And to really double down onto what they're trying to achieve here on those team fights, they're bringing in that Marco Polo. So I love it. You can already imagine whoever gets caught, that fever barrage is just going to be swooping in. But Seoul Esports, I'm also liking the draft. You did mention Yixing. It's been available all this time around. This is going to be wrapping up the full lineup of what Seoul Esports has to offer with a lot of good disengages, and you can already look at that Dolia to have multiple targets where she could just refresh the elements, whether you want a double board or you want it to be on the Dun, or you want to get that Mayin to have unlimited spells to rotate around. I think that could also be one of the cases as well. As we dive right into our first set of the series, DTE looking to once again go on a streak while Seoul Esports is looking for their first win.
I want to talk about the Lianpo pick, right? Being the last pick here. This is an attempt to try to negate or to counter the world is my board by the Yi Xing because he's anti-CC, so that will work for him. But contra, those are our theories. Let's see if it's done in practical for our teams in game number 1 between DTE and Seoul Esports.
That's right, as we're looking at the early span phase, Jun Young extends into the push and immediately getting clipped for a little bit, but since Dolia could also heal up later on, it shouldn't be too much of a concern. Meanwhile, looking at this current standpoint, it seems like they're actually swapping things around where you have the Marco to be up against the Lee instead.
Yeah, so if we were to notice as well, they actually make an early swap lane. So they set the Dharma down to the farm lane, going up against the JK, and that's for them to essentially win the very, very early fight. They don't want to like have a 50-50 matchup, especially when you're going up against a Dolia that has very good early game control. So unfortunately, or fortunately that is, the Dharma will be left alone. But anyway, he is durable enough. So you can see here that he doesn't mind receiving a bit of damage from Seoul Esports. Plus Darren J, at the start of the game, he does not provide that much damage, so he can easily tag that one.
Yeah, Frost will work sitting for a little bit, but Flash has to be popped so early on, so a little bit of a misstep out there, but it doesn't really cost too much, and that's where DTE goes ahead to steal a camp off of the members of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, that's a very fast-paced gameplay by DTE Gaming with the rotation, of course, and they want to secure a little bit more space at the top. But at the middle, we see that Gui passes by, but it wouldn't be bringing much impact. I mean, with the fact that the Lianpo played by Hao is there in the middle as well, he definitely can give out a good amount of control and protection for his team. But he got a caught here.
Yeah, managing to jump onto Gui, but he can always skirt away from danger, so that's going to be a-okay. A little worrisome, but so far, both teams looking to be very on point, and it's DTE already garnering a slight lead so far.
Yeah, and that was because of their earlier engagement at the top, right? Their rotation towards the jungle side of Seoul Esports, so that gives them a little bit more extra. And another extra, I would say, is probably because of the farm lane area. And plus, with what they're doing here right now, they're taking away some of the jungle minions from the side of Seoul Esports. So if they continue to do like that, I wouldn't be surprised if in another minute, the gap will be about 1k.
Yeah, I would say so myself too. I mean, so far, DTE exerting a lot of pressure across the top portion of the river at the very least, and not really allowing all too much to be done by the rest of the Seoul Esports members. Meanwhile, a little bit of commitment onto BB to drop him down to about 30%, but it's not going to be too much of an extension since Yi Xing, as much as he does have that kind of range, he won't be able to have that many spell rotations so far. So all is clear, but I believe we're going to be seeing perhaps a little bit of a mess of a fight when those objectives appear in less than a minute.
You know what, Contra? I'm really liking what Hao is doing right now. He's just all across the map at this moment. And right now, he's even more confident with the fact that he is already at level 4. So he does have the Tremor Smash as a getaway skill if needed. And Seoul Esports, they try to respond by doing a bit of jungle invasion here. But with the fact that you have Hao here, and with his Tremor Smash, his teammates around him, you don't really want to go into the jungle. If not, you might be caught in those alleys that he can maximize the use of Tremor Smash to counter on the Seoul Esports.
You're absolutely right on that one. I mean, Hao really plays a super important role in this couple of team fights that we will expect later on. So, right at this moment, they're already on the contest for the Tyrant, and it seems like DTE decides to let this one slide as Seoul Esports regain a little bit more momentum from the Tyrant.
Yeah, but what they did not regain is their net worth. 1k gold difference between DT Gaming and Seoul Esports as of now, that is. So they need a little bit more than that. But of course, by getting the Tyrant, it's always nice to have it. I'm looking at CM right now. What's he doing? Here we go.
JK. Turf Mantra not really hitting into the brick wall just yet, so he gets the skirt up, and just like that, DTE loses the turret to Seoul Esports while they're still working on the top side.
Yeah, not able to get a trade-off yet. But anyway, for DTE, they're not too in a hurry yet because they can still wait for their teammates to come towards them. Now they're able to steal away the buff. Oh man. Okay, DTE, they continue to choke Seoul Esports despite a small win by Seoul Esports to get the Tyrant and also the bottom tower first. It's still not enough. DTE Gaming, they're actually putting a lot more pressure on the Seoul.
Yeah, that pretty much is still going to be an even trade, right? When we take a look at the available objectives, Lore now being taken by PP, they will have a lot more map pressure. Speaking of which, Hao's already looking for a catch, but that's not the target he wants. He's going to be really beefy from this point onward, so not really worth the time to go on to this Dune for Directed. Well, is there going to be any form of flank? We're just looking at a very steady start. So far, Sir Cloud, I think this has been the most peaceful game by 5 minutes. There's no casualties at all.
Oh yeah, I guess both sides, they really want to scale before they execute their plans. And if I were to talk about the potential plan of DTE Gaming, right? They look at this, right? They have nice AoE combos. So you have Hao, you have CC, and also you have BB. These three players are able to come up with good AoEs when it comes to team fights. So Seoul Esports, they have to remember that they cannot group up. They must keep a good distance. Now, the bad part about Seoul Esports with their draft is that the fact that the Direnjay is not the longest distance damage dealer or farm laner, so he might be forced to join up together with his team. And that is when DT Gaming can take advantage of their mispositioning.
Speaking of mispositioning, they're looking for a target right now, and it will be Hao that will get this Ying caught up. Frost has to flash away. Meanwhile, they recommit once more as they will look to steer clear away. So far, doing a massive favor to keep Frost alive.
Now that was what I was talking about, right? You can see JK, he's forced to be together with his team. There were at least 3 of them together just because of his attack distance. There's nothing much you can do about that, obviously. So just to find that right opportunity, if DT Gaming is somehow able to land a huge tremor smash onto the backline, you're basically going to get 1 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw I was actually trying to find that perfect angle, but of course they're all deeply positioned inside the jungle. So Esports playing a massive defensive game, but with that surmounting pressure coming in from the Vanguard earlier, they also lose the tier 2 tower. So I guess that the longer you allow DT to control the map, it's just going to be even more of a daunting task for them to gain a tempo. So eventually somebody's got to look for a target, and I'm looking at Gui. He's got to ensure that if he catches anybody, it has to be worth the time for that full team fight to happen, speaking of which it's just going to be a little bit of a tussle. While this mid control, absolutely vital for both sides.
Right, Contra. I know we talked about a lot about the negative sides of Seoul Esports as of now. Trying to look on the bright side here, Seoul Esports, they basically need to beef up. They need to be tanky enough to be able to withstand an engagement by DTE, a huge engagement by DTE. But I'm worried right now with the fact that Seoul Esports, they don't have control of that jungle. They are lacking behind in terms of network. They are lacking behind in terms of securing buffs. I'm a little bit worried for Seoul Esports. They need to get the farm in.
Ooh, Hal actually stole the Crimson away as well. And just like that, with all that attention followed through, the port drops in. But it's going to be Lupton that does go all the way into the tier 2, looking for a catch up against Gui. Is that going to be enough? It's not going to be it. And yet again, it's going to be the 0 death point where we're only 8 minutes into the match, but they're looking to be matching to the tempo. So Esports, so far, looking steady.
Okay, the saving grace for Seoul Esports in their earlier engagement is that there's no follow-up by DT Gaming. But I totally understand that because DT Gaming, they're not thinking about follow-up, they're thinking objectively. Okay, we get the tower, we're out. The Tremor Smash is just to control 3 players from Seoul Esports, and that's exactly what they got earlier on. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again, so they have to be extra careful. Now, talking about beefing up Seoul Esports at this moment, who's their best tank? Their best tank is going to be played by either Gui or arguably Frost, but you don't want to put in all too tanky for Frost as well. So Gui has to be able to beef up. Right now, his items, or at least his tanky items, is not truly complete yet, so he has to get more in.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at the situation in his jungle. It's understandable that he hasn't been able to reach the desirable point where he gets all the 3 items up for the meantime. So it's definitely going to take a while, but how much time are they actually given when we have so many of all these split push happening from the top as well as bottom? So far, it is going to be a doubling cast as they're looking to secure another Crimson Gold. And this is going to be CM that steals it away once more.
Again, another jungle invasion by DT Gaming. Right now, Gui needs to get at least the Blazing Cape up. That is going to be the first core item as a tank to try to counter the Marco Polo. If not, the Marco Polo can easily rise back his health during a team fight. So without that item, it's going to be pretty tough. Then you start to think about like the Omnious Premonition and so on. But here we go.
Trevor Smash landing over on the Guardian. He's actually taking him down and he just walks away scot-free once more. Damage not quite enough, but they're already knocking onto the doors of the high ground tower. And it's just going to be a full clearance coming from Seoul Esports.
Man, this is turning from bad to worse here for Seoul Esports. They lost their mid tower, their bottom tower. The jungle is now all open for DT Gaming. But Seoul Esports, they continue to try with the Mayan, but to no avail. Because at this moment, you don't have enough durability to face us against DT Gaming. And also, their lifesteal ability is still there. And Seoul Esports, they don't have the right items yet to counter against. Okay. Now the Blazing Cape is up here. At least they have something for Gui now.
Yeah, and on top of that, Frost also has the Career Sky online, so he can still try to initiate and maybe walk away scot-free once having it active. And it's going to be CM going with the Truth Badger, trying to actually land that cat. Meanwhile, we also do have How to be diving deep and finally First Blood. It's going over to Seoul Esports.
Okay, Seoul Esports, they will not go down without a fight. But look at the bottom Contra. They have to go for it.
Oh, CC, is he going to quickly maneuver off? Yes, he does. I mean, it's going to be really tough to actually catch this Marco Polo, but wow, that close call inside the jungle, all that, as they manage to finally catch Sunsun, at least it is a little bit of consolation for Seoul Esports at this point in time.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to even catch the Marco Polo, right? If you kind of think about it. Like, he can easily escape. And also, he can fight back with the Pervert Barrage. But in the middle, a bit of an engagement.
Seems like he's just going to be holding them off, and this is where they call in the Warlords by 4. How? Getting launched up in the air, while Gui could not fully extend for that commitment, as they do have a flank coming in from CM. They're going for the chase, and this could look pretty rough, as Gui does survive, but he dives even deeper, mispositions, and he gets paid for it.
Oh man, Gui, he dived back in when his teammates backed off. Probably a bit of a miscommunication there. Or, if I think positively, maybe he's opening that window, that space for his teammates to back off. But now the problem is that they have no tank at all. This is go time for DTE.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the right moment. When exactly is Frost gonna look for a target to catch? Because so far this Mayin has got to maybe put a little bit more aggression on the table, but at the very same time, who do you want to aggress? Because there's always gonna be that Dharma, there's always gonna be that Lampo. It is definitely a tough ordeal. While DTE, they will get themselves the Overlord absolutely for free.
And just look at their position, right? You only need Sunsun to solo the Overlord, and then you have what? Another 2 players from DTE around to protect the perimeter. I mean, they have everything in control right now. Now, just looking over the items, I would say they might need a Venomous Staff, for sure, to try to counter the CCA. So they're probably working on that. As of now, without that, it's really down to Gui to try to reduce the lifesteal potential from DTE.
Fair enough. Meanwhile, they will have to hold up a solid defense, as there is also pressure for a mid lane, which is about to crumble as a flow. In which Sunsun secures it, while the rest of Seoul Esports, they have to peel away. Ricky dangerously low, but of course, as things used to, you have always got the passive online. So now, down to the Vanguard over on the top side. Are they able to stand firm? It's going to be a little bit of commitment here from the top.
Yeah, they're just trying to bait out Seoul Esports right now. So Esports, they step out.
Oh, Frost, he overextends for a little bit, but it didn't seem like the rest of DT were actually ready to actually catch him on. So they will eventually have this turret to be crumbling over the top side, and now the base is wide open for DT.
Everything is down right now. I worry that it's just a matter of time for Seoul Esports, but I'm trying to think what is their comeback condition right now for Seoul Esports. It's probably to lure DT Gaming in and then try to catch them with the World is My Board by the engagement.
Oh, speaking of which, the World is My Board dropped right in to hold them all back. That saves Ricky a little bit more time as it keeps all 5 members alive. It's all about waiting for a mistake to be committed by DTE for Seoul Esports to turn the tide around, but are they right now too far ahead? It's already 51k goal up against 42.
Yeah, that's one as well. That's a really good point. It's almost 10k difference between DT Gaming and Seoul Esports. At the same time, let's not forget, CC, he does have the Purify as well. So that's not really going to help Seoul Esports, even though if they can land a good World is My Board. But can they get those kills? And if they can't, then it's still going to be quite a waste.
Yeah, this is going to be the last stand effort coming in from Seoul Esports as it's going to be a double jump, and he managed to go in for the cap again, baby, but instead it's going to be 1-for-1. Meanwhile, the board is being dropped right into lock to see outer map, and Hao gets caught up. This is where Seoul Esports turn the tides in their favor.
All right, here we go. This Seoul Esports doing what we discussed earlier on, is to try to lure DT Gaming in and try to take advantage of it. Now, the World is My Board was used earlier on just to keep CC in check. Only catch one, but that's absolutely fine. So great work there by Seoul Esports. Hold on to things. Now they really need to catch up on the farm. Looking at some of the items that they have built, they really need to still catch up on the DT, obviously, because they have pretty much a big gold gap here. So they really need to find their way in back onto their jungle.
Yeah, once again, great job for Frost for going in for that massive maneuver, catching out BB in the process, where he didn't even really have time to pop the Splendor at that quick span for the moment. Speaking of which, CM now going for the tussle up against Goi. Ideally, that's not really what they are going to be looking to go up against. I mean, this is the tank of the team after all.
Oh, okay, so this might be a big fight here, Contra. Look at this. Both teams interested. But then again, oh, hang on.
There we go. Once again, over on the BB as he pops the Splendor, but Gui overextends underneath the turret, gets caught out as well. Meanwhile, they also managed to commit up against CC while they work on the rest of these members. So Esports reaggress. Now they're looking for a little bit more of the hassle to be crashed up against the CM, which he will eventually be taken down. This is the chance for Seoul Esports to bounce back on track.
Oh man, this could be it. This could be it, Contra. For a moment there, I thought, oh no, Gui got caught underneath the tower. But then again, somehow Seoul Esports, they found pickoffs by the side, and that's how they counter back onto DT Gaming, who kind of let their guard down. But the bad news for Seoul Esports is that they still need to send one player to guard their base. As much as they want to push all force forward, but they couldn't. Their best bet right now is to get the Overlord quickly.
Yeah, they will be able to secure themselves the Shadow Overlord after all. And I was a little bit worried about the medium waves as well, because we saw from the medium map, it was only that Yi-Sing that's that's been managing all these form of super minions, waves after waves crashing in. But coast is clear as JK secures himself the Shadow Tyrant, and looks like we're gonna have perhaps a big turnaround events for Seoul Esports to secure their very first point in the MKL.
Okay, if that happens, it's on me. If that doesn't, it's on Contrast Curse, okay, ladies and gentlemen? Just saying, all right?
You gotta bring that up, right? I mean...
Well, because you called it first, so I had to, right?
This has been their best chance so far. I mean, barring, them having no turrets left, I think, like, they've already reached the mark where, hey, we're already reaching all of our peak of our power. And speaking of which, the Bull is my blood. I guess got his press, or he was trying to actually go for a capture against CC. Now he's actually creating a little bit of stir as he goes 1-versus-1 against Frost, and that's where the Stage Shine tree is popped as well. There's just so little room for CC to work with as he will go down to the hands of Frost. While over the back line, we have Goi going for the chase up against BB as he will once again survive with the help of Hao holding out this Goi. While there is a flank going on, well, the whole time, this Dharma has been mashing away, hoping to crash in that Vanguard later. But with 2 members down, this is an opportunity for Seoul Esports to go into the push with the Vanguard.
Oh, I love the fact that Gui split out the members of DTE Gaming, allowing Seoul Esports to make their pickoffs. And now they're right in front of the door. This is go time for Seoul Esports, Contra.
Definitely is. Speaking of which, they are jumping directly onto Simpson, and just like that, diving right underneath their crystal, and this is where they're going to be looking to knock on their door and secure themselves the very first victory in MKL.
Dude, I wish we were at the venue right now in front of them. This is a standing ovation by Seoul Esports. Absolutely amazing comeback. They held on to it. They know their strategy. Their strategy was like, okay, guys, I know everything is down right now. All we need to do is lure DTE into the base. Let's get a good team fight back. The moment they got that first team fight back, it felt like DTE Gaming, they lost their entire coordination throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it all started with Frost going for that catch-up against BB. And just like that, they were overwhelmed because so far, Frost had not really shown his true colors just yet throughout the whole phase. He was managing those waves crashing in, and you have all these split pushes coming from the Marco Polo, coming in from even the Dharma on the side lane. And eventually, once you allow Frost to be part of the equation of the team fights, you see the kind of wonders he do. He splits the team fights apart, and that's kind of what you want when you are going up against matchups like Dharma or the Marco Polo. Nobody wants to clump up because they know the rest of DT was looking for those big AoE setups. None was given to them.
Yeah, I have a few questions on the Marco Polo push towards the end though, because number one, the Overlord was taken by Seoul Esports. Number two, the members of Seoul Esports, they're still alert of him doing that split push. So that's why they went for him, cleared it out, and pretty much the rest was history. That was the last big move that actually brought Seoul Esports their win in this round. And if we were to look at the items, okay, because we're already like towards the later stages of the game, right? And they managed to bring back the jungle to themselves. So they caught up in terms of items, in terms of network. And that's where they know like, okay, guys, we're ready with the right items, not only for, especially for the Dune, right? If you try to think about it. So earlier on, we talked about like him getting the blazing cape in, and he's ready from then on. So once he got that in, then he knows that, okay, guys, it's go time right now. We might as well just try to take the fight against DTE Gaming. Now, the key items that he had besides the blazing cape is also the ominous premonition. Together with him, these two key items are crucial for him to be that tank that they wanted all this while.
Definitely, and you know, you're absolutely spot on when you mentioned that Koyu has always been kind of in your face the moment that those items were being brought online. Take a look at the damage he's taking. He really soaked in 200,000 of damage in this span of round itself. Meanwhile, I was hoping to see more Fever Barrage coming from CC, which he didn't really get that clear opportunity. And then maybe it was a little bit questionable on that very final moment where we saw CC was split pushing alone into the high grounds. And there was absolutely not many of all these members to be able to back him up.
Yeah, and frankly speaking, if among them, I would kind of expect like, okay, either the Dharma or the Pei to do the split pushing. Instead of the farm laner, you might want to keep him together with your team, because if you kind of think about it, you have like the 3 CC combos, right? You have Hao, CC, and also a BB. If they're combined together, they're really, really strong. And they did a little bit of that earlier on, but when they started like, okay, the marksman goes for the split push, so they kind of hold down their capability to dish out the damage. Now their U-turn here based on the graph contra is clearly at the 14-ish minute mark, where they won that defense fight against DTE Gaming, and they just went all the way for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, that was a huge dip right after that 15-minute mark, right? Like, that was their extension to the high ground. And once we take a look at how some of these players executed it, I guess you're absolutely right. Like, you want this Dharma to always be soaking in or drawing that aggro, drawing all this kind of pressure along himself. But they were eventually coming out with plans for him to flank instead. Perhaps if they have worked it according to, well, you know, what you've been mentioning, then DT might have actually been able to close it much early on, where they kind of give a little too much time. But of course, our Realme MVP, look no further, it has to be Frost.
Yeah, with the KDA of 411, not the sexiest of number. Even when it comes to damage output, 17%, damage taken 18%, total goal, okay, 21%, that's cool. But it's all about the execution as a team. And for Frost to be able to be the MVP, he has his team to thank as well, because I can say, frankly, Contra, it is a team effort here that brought the win to Seoul Esports with that beautiful defense in this round.
It really was. I mean, you saw there was no turrets left. Their backs up against the wall, and they have been able to just hunker it down while just turn the tides in their favor because of how Frost has been given that open space, right? When we take a look, Gui, as much as he isn't exactly the MVP this round, he was in charge to really zone away that Lady Zin from being able to impact any of all these team fights. So by working together so well, you create all these recipe for success. And of course, kudos to them. They secured themselves that big win. Let's take a look back once again in the act.
Yeah, so from these highlights, okay, this is the turning moment. This is the fight that they won by drawing in the members of DTE Gaming. Just look at how they try to just go for focus pickers. There was some overextension by DTE Gaming as well. Maybe it's because of the confidence level that they had by taking down the 3 towers earlier on. But that kind of brought them their demise, unfortunately, in this round. And this was also one of the fights that we kind of was a bit worried for Seoul Esports, the fact that Gui, he kind of overextended underneath the tower. But the good news is that his other teammates, especially Frost, our MVP, took care of the sides, got the pick off, so they got a good amount of trade towards the end, and they kind of snowballed by getting this win here for Seoul Esports. So again, it is great work by Seoul Esports. What a comeback win. This is an amazing start to the day.
Yeah, it really feels like a superhero movie, right? Like, I was asking where exactly Frost when you need him the most, and then that's where, you know, there's like a beacon of light shining through the air, and it's the face of Frost. Like, that moment, if he didn't really catch out CC, if he didn't really have those angles to also clip onto CM, that it could have actually been super dangerous for Seoul Esports. So DTE, arguably, perhaps they were given a few chances to close out the matches. I mean, that match in particular, but it really felt like they were just looking to solidify that chokehold, and by overcommitting in that first trade, it seemed like that's where they just got thrown off guard.
Yeah, I just want to look at the DTE, right? So far in this season, DTE has had the busiest of campaign. And what do I mean by that? So far they have to play a full series before this against AG. So yeah, they have been pretty busy. So for them to make a comeback here, they obviously need to win 2 games back by bringing us to a full series again. So DTE Gaming, they need to really pull their socks off in this round. Now coming into the draft here, looks like we're going to see a slightly different band. The Dolia is out, taken out by Seoul Esports because they don't want to deal with the Dolia +1 that could potentially be picked up by DTE.
True enough, and so far they're just gonna see on what DT Gaming actually prioritizes, because last game they were going for that Dharma first pick, and now we still have that Arlie kind of on the table. Seoul Esports is thinking about, should we ban this Arlie right now, and do we really have to worry about the Arlie? Is there gonna be a draft that Seoul Esports are anticipating coming in from DTE? Should they open that Arlie? And instead they ban out the Mayim, which means right now there's a lot of big options on the table. Of course, barring a couple of all these clash leaders to be taken off the list as well. So as DTE, what do you think would be a good choice? Because Arlie usually seems like a no-brainer right here.
Mai, let's go. Mai is open.
Oh.
Let's go.
Oh, yep. How could I forget? That's my main, my guy. Okay, I love this a little bit better, because I think what DTE needed was maybe another big factor in those kind of team fights that they're looking for, and My Serenity provides a little bit of everything, right? Crowd control, check. Huge burst damage, also check. Meanwhile, I think this is actually pretty huge. Seoul Esports not only get the Arlie in their favor, they also pair it alongside with the DNS, so you get absolutely, whether if you don't want to swap lanes, this data can actually keep her pretty well safeguarded in the early spamming match.
Yeah, you probably don't need a swap lane or... Okay, you could still go for the swap lane, but you don't really need a lot of movement by Dia. Dia can just go all out babysitting early, so that's not going to be an issue. Now, the swap lane potential might come from DTE, because DNJ is not the longest distance hero, so he might not want to deal with the early Dia combo. He will be zoned out thanks to the Dia as well, so might want to keep his distance and just play at maybe the clash lane later. But we'll see what sort of clash laners they'll pick coming up next. Now, Yu Huan will be picked, and also the Mozer. So these two are going to play on the mid lane. Both sides have a good amount of control already. Now it's all about durability that they might potentially pick later on.
Yeah, I'm looking at this situation where Seoul Esports have shown us two sides to the coin as well, right? Strong team fight potential, and also very, very strong sustain. You got healings coming in from Yu Huan as well as Dia while having decent kind of AoE control. So this first phase so far going really well, but when we take a look at the Seoul Esports ban, we're already seeing so many jungle priority to be given in favor just to try to stop Zunzun. So no Agudo, no Dun, no Jing. What exactly has he left? Has opened in the tank, because a lot of all these tank jungler are being taken off the list, which means they might have to go for something as aggressive as a pay, just like how we saw back in last game. But even when you would actually go for a pay, it doesn't seem like it fits the composition all too well, because you can't just rely on this Mosey to soak up damage.
Well, I'm thinking of the Ogren, right? So Mosey, definitely, you don't want him to soak up the damage. You want him at the back line to dish the cannon blast out. So Ogren is going to be great. So probably Seoul Esports, they thought about, DT Gaming going for Ogren, so they'll take the Ogrens for themselves instead, because they have the first pick after coming in from the second set of ban. Now, DT Gaming, I'm thinking they might consider the Zhang Fei, but the problem is that Zhang Fei going up against the Dia and Ali combo isn't great, so they might want to park that aside. Another considering option is the Agudo that they might want to bring in as well. You can engage, you can also tank. But the Mankey, speaking about tank, is tanky enough as well. Looks cute, but don't mess with the Mankey.
Yeah, shields versus heal, it seems like, because we already have the Agudo being banned out, so I guess the next best option definitely has to be the Mankey. Well, to actually double down, we're looking at Charlotte to be picked up, which calls for a really interesting matchup over the Clash lane with this Byron to be going up against this Charlotte. So late game, it's definitely looking very much like this Charlotte's going to be having a big impact on the split pushes as well as going for those catches. At the very same time, DTE Gaming, I want to see how well does BB actually play this maturity, because if all goes well, she could just run her course throughout the entirety of the map, looking for those big catches before they actually come up huge online into the late stage, where Seoul Esports, the more time they buy, it could be another win for them to close out the series. But DTE, this is a concoction that we have not seen too much of with this combination of Mai, Mosey, and Menki in the lineup of DTE.
Right, so I just want to put out some stats, right, between the farm laners. So DNJ has a 71% win rate, while the Arlie, as sexy in terms of movement that is I'm referring to, has only a 44% win rate. So that's an interesting stat here to at least favor DNJ. But it's not only about that, it's all about the entire team execution as we head on to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, between DT Gaming and Seoul Esports.
Yeah, and I guess when we talk about those kind of stats as well, we also want to take a look. Meanwhile, we're already having first blood over the top side as this Byron gets taken off the list, while they're going for a jump up against Ricky as well. Ricky's going to be able to survive for a little bit more. Oh, have to flash away from the cannon blast coming out of How.
Okay, I'm looking at a potential sandwich movement here by Seoul Esports, or maybe not, because they're only at level 2, but hey, already first blood for Seoul Esports at the top? Wow, this is something here. And they took out Byron, which is supposedly a very strong laner, very durable, very tanky, but that was a quick takedown.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have those kind of knockbacks coming from Jun Young, and also the amount of rage disadvantage that this Baron has to go through. I guess I'm not too surprised, but at the very same time, I would expect CM to play super passively, but he's just gonna be soaking all the pressure. You can already see why. Just with that kind of small combo, it brings them down to 50%. But here comes the Pi coming with the knockup with the Ruin Engine, and it might just be the exchange in their favor as JK secures it, looking for a double with the Kachosen, and DTE, they're back on track.
Okay, so DTE, okay. So far, so good for them to come back on track, like what you said. Now about a 4K gold difference, which is still very early on. So Esports, they can still track back, not going to be a problem. But there was a great rotation there by DTE, not going to lie, especially with how moving up to the top, totally catching the members of Seoul Esports off guard.
Speaking of which, this is where BB once again goes in, trying to actually catch out Ricky once more, because they identify that he has already popped the flash very, very early on. So they're definitely looking for that punish, but so long as there's together, it's not going to be an easy task to do. So good job over on side of Seoul Esports to keep themselves intact while they are looking for some small objectives to be taken away from camps. And once more, the punish from Ricky! That came out of nowhere.
Whoa, okay. So it looks like Seoul Esports, what they learned from the first game is that, okay, let's play a faster pace this time. And they can, with the fact that you have a strong rotator with the Algren played by Kui. Half of passing allows him to just navigate around the map. And then you have Ricky as well, who did a great job rotating to the top early on. So what they can do is that they can actually swap places, right, between these two heroes. Like, okay, you can tell him, Ogren, Gui, you take the next wave. I'm going to go out because the Ogren needs to find to be tanky as well, and he can get to the mid very, very quickly with the powerful passing, and they might potentially do that again.
Yeah, and as much as the rest of DT wants to regress, you're not going to be able to just shred out this Gui. So they've been looking to slowly poke down Ricky, as she's been looking a little bit more vulnerable, but if you're going to overcommit, she can actually get herself some immunity as well in those kind of fights. So ideally, that isn't going to be much that DT can actually do about it. Well, like you said, Seoul Esports, they're playing a very high tempo game.
Yeah, in fact, right now they're joined together with Frost in the middle, but keep your eye on the bottom. They're making their rotation.
In which way now with the passage open up what, as they will have the box open up, but not enough to hold his going down. As Seoul Esports come up ahead, now they're looking for a dive up against the DRJ. As it's easy, he's looking to turn the tides around, pass the flash, and he will still be popped. Well, BB, hard to see if he could just leverage another sneaky takedown, but that's just gonna be a blow for blow. 2 for 1 in favor of Seoul Esports.
Well, very risky play there by Seoul Esports, especially the fact that you have a Mai at the bottom. They can slide in and slide out of fights. And the fact that they took their risk to try to take their fight underneath the tower, that was definitely something by Seoul Esports. You can kind of tell that based on that move, they really want to up the tempo against DT Gaming.
They definitely do, but they're so far behind. I mean, you take a look at JK, his items definitely is going to look like it's a little bit more inflated as compared to the rest because of the kind of advantages from the first blood, and on top of all these kind of fights that they've committed, which have definitely give them a little bit slight edge. So far, I think it's pretty much all clear, but looking for another catch over the side as they found Gui inside the jungle. BB committed with his ultimate, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be much that he could do about an Ogren that can always keep himself back alive.
Okay, right now, Seoul Esports, if they're able to do this, they'll be snowballing, which is jungle invasion. They're trying right now.
And it's just going to be a little bit of tussle over the side as they try to chunk them down. Meanwhile, Frost moving in from the side. This is Charlotte so far, looking to continue on with the split. But DTE, they regarner a little bit more back control. As much as it's been a little bit back and forth, it is still looking to be pretty much stabilized by DT on how they've been able to just soak up that pressure and manage all this weight at the same time. BB though, cheeky position, he got all the vision, and now going for the jump, immediately takes down JK. That's their targeted one. They lock them inside the box as well. Junior forced to flash away, and Ricky is gonna be clipped at the very same time. 2 for nothing. DTE they're looking for more.
Check your bushes, ladies and gentlemen. But not gonna lie, even if I pass through that area, I wouldn't be checking that bush. So gotta give it to BB for making that very, very patient engagement onto Seoul Esports to kick things off. And that's where DT Gaming got those 2 kills and immediately been forced back by DTE.
Wow, what a maneuver, right? Nobody expects this mine to be camping on that pixel brush in that sense, but you know, that is what DT has to continue to look for. Pickoffs after pickoffs, and you get a few more in, then they should be able to come up ahead. And speaking of which, they're already slightly ahead, which is going for a little bit more of a check inside the bush. While from all these form of exchanges, I think that BB so far has played splendidly on this mine.
Yeah, no doubt about that, right? The way that he positions himself in areas that Seoul Esports don't expect, and that's how they took advantage of his positioning. Underneath the tower, DT Gaming, they still try. It's a matter of time perhaps, but here comes Frost from the side though.
Seems like it's not going to be much of an avenue right now, as all they really have to do is to keep all these turrets pretty much healthy at the same time. Wait for crashing in. Seoul Esports, they were given all that free reign to also go into get full caps off of DTE. Well, this is where they try to actually go for commitment. Well, it is that you want to be dancing right in between them while they lock inside the turret. This is where they come in with the Menki dancing all around, but that Dream Roam, not quite enough. Seoul Esports will secure those kills alongside with a turret of their own.
Okay, I also add on to this, right? Besides winning team fights for Seoul Esports, at least in the last 1 or 2 fights, they also have Frost doing the split push at the side, by the middle.
Meanwhile, Jun Young knocking them back as they are just waiting for another wave to appear. But of course, with the Tyrant coming up online, that will be the sole focus of Seoul Esports. So perhaps this is where they can try to contest for the Crimson. It will be still secured by Stun. While he comes in with the name roll, going for the catch, Ricky flashes away. BB now locking them down. And just like that, Kachosen to be able to secure it, while Goi is hightailing out of the situation, but there's just nowhere to go.
Oh man, BB's Kachosen targeted at the right moment towards the back to secure that 1 kill for himself. And now this is time for DT Gaming to come back here. Just got Ricky instead.
Wow, just like that, they once again get catches after catches, and with the Dream Roam, it will be Junsun securing it. That kind of blast almost could be it, but the Kachosen will eventually find it, despite BB falling to the turret.
Oh man, what's happening here to Seoul Esports? They had the control, and now they're kind of losing it. But I must say, in my opinion, it's because of BB targeting with Kachosen. It is absolutely on point. They only need to get 1 player, and they have the numbers against Seoul Esports, and that's where they didn't stop their momentum from the middle all the way to taking the first tower. Now, it's only the first tower, so not all hope is lost yet. And looking over at some of the items built right now, looks like Gui is prepping himself up for a Blazing Cape coming in next. They already have the Venomous Star brought by Ricky, so that's fine. But if they want to give extra pressure back by not allowing the lifesteal to be as effective for DT Gaming, they need the Blazing Cape in.
They definitely do, especially when you're looking at all these huge levels of combo and look at anti-healing items at the very same time. Well, DT are they going to be interested to secure his Tyrant? It seems like they might actually let this one slide as CM tries to go in for a flank. It's going to be a little bit of tussle between Frost as well, managing to do a really solid job to zone them away as Seoul Esports secures another Tyrant.
Yeah, the moment Seoul Esports got that Tyrant, you know that DT Gaming does not want to prolong the fight anymore because of the advantage thanks to the Tyrant buff got by Seoul Esports, so they have to let this one go. It will allow Seoul Esports to continue to put pressure on the side lanes, especially with the fact that they do have Frost, but the chase is happening. DT Gaming, lucky enough for them, they did not overextend. If not, it might be disastrous.
Definitely is a little bit scary from the looks of it. But as much as Seoul Esports, they were aced out in the last skirmish that we last saw, they're still keeping things pretty much even in terms of the goal differentials at the current standpoint. And of course, with the Overlord up online, whoever gets to win the next big one, they're just gonna have that free reign of control to actually get that reward and then find that big tempo in the match.
Yeah, it's only one mid-game fight, right? So it's still fine for Seoul Esports to not do well in that one fight. The balance is still here. So DT Gaming, they need to get more wins other than 1 gigabyte.
Oh, speaking of fight, they will actually get one. And BB is the main target priority this time. JK, once again, exacting his vengeance up against this pesky Mai Shirui as they look to break open the tier 2 up mid.
Taking down the mid tower now. Seoul Esports might want to consider to break off back just to try to empty the jungle of DT Gaming, just dehydrating them from their own jungle, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. With the fact that they do have a Charlotte, the Frost, very slick, is also doing just Charlotte things. Just clear off the side lanes, clear off the jungle at the same time, forcing DT Gaming to break up.
Yeah, and speaking of forcing certain maneuvers, they're forced to also give this Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord away, because they don't really have that party with all these waves crashing right through. So right now, the rest of Seoul Esports securing another tower over the top side. BB now has to play a little bit more carefully, right? From the looks of that early game, he had that full map rotation across anywhere that he pleases, but now with so little control over onto the majority of the portion, this mine is gonna have a tough time finding those angles.
Well, looks like they will continue to put pressure to DT with the advantage of the Overlord here. Anytime they might jump in. Now that the tower is down, Seoul Esports, want to engage? Nope. Looks like it's going to be a disciplined gameplay by Seoul Esports, and this is great by Seoul Esports. You're not tempted to jump in even though you took down the tower. You're like, okay guys, objective gameplay. We took the bottom tower. We'll let the minions do its work, and we'll force other lanes to be pushed back, and that's exactly what Frost is doing right now. Look at this. At the top, it's all cleared out. DT Gaming, even though they can step out, they have nothing more in their jungle to farm.
Sure enough, I mean, they just really have to stall the game until you actually get this ENG to complete all these items. And if you take a look at the entire composition as well, you have like 3 or arguably even 4 front line. So it's really down for DT to form a brick wall, solely single out targets for CC to really show up huge online.
And the Blood Bridge is completed by Gui, so this will give him a lot more durability as well when it comes to team fights, much needed. And plus, now they have the Shadow Tyrant. Oh man, Seoul Esports, they're not looking to turn back right now. They continue to put pressure on the DT. Okay, so I'm thinking about what is the comeback moment here for DT is to do pickoffs here, because they do have the Mai. Mai is very slick. We saw that earlier on, and BB is a very smart player, knows how to position himself. If they can get a big pickoff here onto maybe like an Arlie, then they're talking.
True enough, and also speaking of which, JK, as much as that was a big catch coming from BB, it really forces them to be a little bit off of position to actually funnel down all their resources and catch somebody out there. And you also gotta keep in mind, Gui is gonna be kind of tough to actually take down. And at the same time, if he has anybody who drop down low enough, they can actually go for an execute Dream Road. Now they pop right in just to try to defend for the moment. All the middle waves are cleared, so DTE so far can still breathe for a while longer.
Oh,
BB!
Oh!
Jumping right through, and they actually recommit. Slender now they pop at the same time looking for Ricky while CF tries to go ahead for the trade. And it seems like Frost kind of extends for a little bit longer and it forces Sun Sun to give his life for it. Seoul Esports, this is the full series that they've acquired up against DTE as they secure all the points in the series.
And that is the all-local community lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Winning against DTE. What a match that was. If there's a graph like across like 2 games, it would be like going down for Seoul Esports, and then it just goes all the way up to game 2 onwards. It is just like wow. Seoul Esports, they found their momentum in the second game. Okay, and if we were to break down some of the best moments here towards the end, right? So we did talk about like the winning condition for DTE is for them to get a good pick off here. to take out the RD as quickly as possible. But what was smart about Seoul Esports is that they know that. They know that winning condition. So what Junyoung did was, when they were in front of the mid tower, he was marking BB. BB had no entry point to even touch the RD at all.
Yeah, I think that was a very solid point that you just made, right? Like, you have so many tools in the box to actually disrupt this Mai Shiranui from getting that full burst combo. And since JK has been the victim of all of these kind of catches, all they really have to do, just bait this Mai Shiranui out, and you already have a big opening space for them to eventually take over control in some of all these fights. But my. This is a very different tempo coming out of Seoul Esports, finally securing their series win as they will go up the leaderboards. But DTE, like you said, they were looking to draw this game out into the full series of 3 games, but this time they were unable to do so.
Yeah, we were to look at some of the numbers as well, right? Like Seoul Esports, they have at least 3 players with more than 10k gold, while DT Gaming only had 2 players with 10k gold and above. And there are 3 players that includes the Charlotte as well, together with the Ogred. And of course, you must farm up your farm laner, which is the Arlie. And with the fact that one of the 3 is the Ogred, this is your absolute best tank. And just looking over at his items, he got the Blood Rage together with he got the Blood Rage. So this Blood Rage, as we mentioned earlier on, is the key item to make him the front liner tank, because if he goes down, nobody else is able to tank. So he needs this to give a lot more durability to himself. And with the fact that he has the power for passing, he's able to just jump over the walls and just be that target man for DTE. He did a great work in this round.
Yeah, kudos to him. And also at the very same time, you have a Yuhuan as well as the other to continue to supplement with all these sustainable kills at the very same time. So far, Ricky, he was basically playing the role of providing full utility in his kit to his teammates in order for them to actually make this work. As you can see, huge, massive team effort coming from Seoul Esports to be able to dish out a decent amount of damage, despite BB as well as CC to have a lot more done in terms of output as compared to some of the members of Seoul Esports.
Hey, you can put out the output, right, Contra, but if you have like a Gui who's able to soak up the damage, 112.6k damage, and that's going to be good enough. Okay, the next one is going to be Ricky, right? So I understand that, okay, you want to take down the mage as well. But then again, you split between like, okay, do we want to take down the one that has a lot more control, or do we want to take down the one that can dish out the amount of damage? So that becomes quite a difficult decision for DTE Gaming at some point. Now, if we were to look at the graph should tell the story of Seoul Esports here. Steady in the middle, a little bit for DTE, but towards the end, when they hit their power spike, when they know they have the items in, especially the Blood Rage in at about 10 minutes, that's where Seoul Esports know that it's time for them to engage, and they bring the fight to DTE, bringing the graph all the way down to their side.
Yeah, I think what Seoul Esports have done very well is also having the right priority in terms of map control. By doing so, they've got all the access to the Tyrants, the Shallow Tyrants, as well as the Overlords at the very same time, where when we take a look at the opportunities that they had, DTE, they love that scrappy fight up mid lane. But even despite that, after they've been able to open up mid for the taking, it felt like they could not afford to exert too much of the pressure even on the side lanes as compared to what we saw back in game 1. So ideally, I guess DTE, they kind of want to look for those big team fights. And even despite so, I guess they eventually got overwhelmed by Seoul Esports as the rest of these members, as much as we saw how many attempts, they are unable to fully take down JK's impact in this match, offering so much in most of all these skirmishes.
Yeah, Mr. MVP JK this round with a KDA of 434 damage. Output 26%, damage taken 13%, and a total goal of 25%. That is a lot. That is a quarter of the team's goal. And he was also the one that brought the first blood to the team as well. So he got that first blood award together with the MVP. Great work by JK. And he's well surrounded, well protected by his other teammates like Junyoung, who zoned out the Mai earlier on, not allowing BP to even touch JK towards the end. So he has his supporter tank. Let's all give a tribute to our support players as well, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag support players rock, okay? And yeah, that's so boomer of me to use the word rock. But anyway, so JK, he is the MVP this round, of course, because of his excellent positioning as well.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely cooked with this draft. Like, with all these amazing picks up on the table, you saw the power of this early in the early game to bully out this Byron. And then you have this massive flank coming in for the bottom side to really break the control of DTE.
Yeah, looking over at these highlights as well, DTE, well, they had some great moments as well, especially with BB in the bush earlier on that we saw. So that was one of his key moments. But it almost felt like, okay, once he did that one move, Seoul Esports, they immediately are alerted that, okay, he might do something funny like that again. So they have this formation that doesn't allow BB to create that second moment again. So it was quick learning here by Seoul Esports, allowing them to gain this win against DTE. So great job, their first win, and it came in a beautiful fashion, 2-0.
My heart is absolutely full and satisfied where, you know, we're talking about this Cinderella story of a team not really under, you know, major organizations with full backing, playing full-time or so in the gaming house. They're playing part-time and they've been able to overwhelm DTE that has been in the scene for quite some time as well. So I guess DTE, it's back to the drawing board again, where game one, they executed everything all according to plan, but they couldn't close out the series. Definitely something for them to ponder about how exactly can they actually execute a little bit cleaner when in the late game. And then game two, it really felt like with that sustained calm that was brought from Seoul Esports, which was brilliant by the way, they don't exactly have, you know, those major burst damage other than the Mai. Once the Mai goes down, you're really back looking for this DRNG to have so much on his plate.
Yeah, and if we kind of think about it, this is actually a very good, I would still call it a beginning because we're only on week number 2, right? The regular season is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It is a double. They're going to meet twice later on. So they're going to meet again later on throughout the regular season. So for Seoul Esports, they have to keep up the momentum. They at least found their footing against the so far best performing team from the qualifiers, as DTE Gaming. But that is a wrap for this round, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we're going to have another interesting match, which is BSE, Black Shrew Esports versus O2 Esports. It's going to be an interesting one. What's your take on it?
Well, of course, O2 Esports, they have had a really rough ride for week 1 because they are just meeting all these big names out there, and this time up against BSE, they gotta put everything on the line for this one. So don't go anywhere as we'll come back for even more HOK action in a couple of minutes.
Hi, I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet. Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad. Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help 3 ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world. Thank you. Dedicated to all protectors of nature.
Peach blossoms bloom, glowy and bright like fire. A romantic incident. Being single has limited your imagination. I had everything back when I knew nothing.
Plum blossoms defy the frost. How elegant the people, how glorious the plants. Flowers bloom along your path. Unbending spirit. Petals amid the snow. Flowers bloom to bid you farewell. For generations, we have not bowed our heads, nor sought the snow's pity. Forging paths, and chasing the scent of mountains that lights the journey ahead. Birds sing and flowers bloom as spring arrives. Listen, the call of the cuckoo echoes from the clouds, a sound of old friends returning.
Just sleep, and all the pain will be gone. Huh? The humble herb can heal the world. Break! There's no miracle drug, but a compassionate healer can make all the difference. All ailments shall be cured! Withered trees come alive in spring! A heart of gold will persist for ages. Soak the artemisia in 2 liters of water, and the juice is extracted. Future generations may add to this formula. Traveling to the ends of the earth, offering miraculous herbs to heal for centuries. All diseases subdued, bringing life anew. I'll succeed after one more try.
I'm working on a way to overcome gravity.
And that was Seoul Esports, ladies and gentlemen, getting their first win in the MKL against DTE. Up next, we're going to have another team that have yet to find their first win here, which is O2 Esports. But they're up against the S2 champions, Black Shrew Esports. My name is Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Contra. Contra, how you feeling about the next game?
I'm feeling super hype. I mean, Seoul Esports, they definitely set the bar up high where, you know, their backs up were against the wall against all these major teams. But at the very same time, you were bringing up a very good point where, you know, they haven't really met DTE too much, and perhaps DTE were not really expecting such a heavy firepower coming in from all these Seoul Esports, where they came in super prepared, and look how quickly they have that maybe it might inspire O2 to be able to at least put a dent to Black Shrew Esports.
Ooh, okay. And we're talking about one of the giants here in the MKL as well, right? I mean, one of the high potential teams to go all the way BSE. Now, for BSE, they must be walking into this very, very confident. I mean, they must be telling themselves that, hey, you know what? It's O2 Esports. They have not found a single series win yet. So this is their best chance to get themselves back on track as well. Now, coming on to the teams, we're going to introduce the players here, ladies and gentlemen. The first team Coming up, it's going to be Black Shoe Esports.
That's right, is they feel their star-studded roster of Busan King, Xiang, JR, Dan, as well as Zihong. Yeah, don't be confused. We have JK as well as JR. So JR definitely has been playing for a very long time with the rest of Black Shoe, looking to once again set a clean record throughout their course of the run, where O2 will be fielding K1, Kong Ling, Care, White, as well as X1 on table. So far, which are some of the players that we are keeping our eyes on this series?
Well, I will personally keep my eye on Dan. He came in onto BSE, replacing Sir in the Rome department. He has been showing a very, very good performance, especially his Zhang Fei. His Zhang Fei is just top-notch mastery. He knows how to position himself from the back using the unbridled outburst to push his opponent's front. But of course, that is if he uses the Zhang Fei. And also to note as well, Dan is very, very good when it comes to using those execution type of roamers instead of more of those babysitter type of roamers. So I do hope to see more of Dan using those kind of like the Zhang Fei type of roams to make those big plays.
Yeah, I think it will be very heavily contested, right? When we take a look at Zhang Fei's stats throughout week 1, it is very positive. Like, whoever gets to actually pick this has been able to secure wins of their own. And currently, look at all these kind of win rates. It's sitting at above 60%, so that's already giving you some really good signs of, like, whenever it's open, I think it's kind of like a no-brainer support tank to pick up if they're needing a little bit more beefiness in the front line. But at the very same time, when we take a look at O2 Esports, I think we're also looking at the matchup between both sides of the jungler. Can Kong Ling actually match up against the king himself, Musang King, right? Like, overall, looking at the other teams that have been playing in the league, Kong Ling have really shown his prowess on carry type of junglers. At the very same time, he is also versatile to also fall back into some of all these picks inside of, you know, the realm of tanks. So we'll definitely have to see. Look at very quickly at the draft. It's going to be Dharma, Zhang Fei, Arlie, and Mai to be off the list for now.
Yep, and that means the Dolia is open. Dolia +1, +2, +3. Black Shoe Esports, they can pick the Dolia first. If not, they can go for the Dia. Okay, they're going for the low. Okay,
interesting.
So O2 Esports, they must pick the Dolia. If not, it's going to be Dolia plus long combo. You don't want to deal with a double infinite faster, so there's no brainer. Okay, Sunsurf. Okay, cool. No, okay. They leave the Dolia open. Dolia, let's go.
Yeah, like I did mention about Kong Ling looking for all these high tempo plays. So it kind of makes sense that they are going for that Sun Tzu. Despite that, blind picking Sun Tzu, I'm not too sure if he will be punished, because right now Black Shoe Esports can not only pick up the Dolia, they can also match up to the Sun Tzu by going for the lane. So I like the ideas coming from Black Shoe. Very hard to catch, and at the same time, when they commit, it is going to be a very heavy blow coming from BSE.
Okay, going for the Hoyi, interesting. They must have a very strong roamer to kind of protect him, maybe going for Ming later on. And O2 Esports, they can still pick a roam. Okay, but anyway, we're going on to the ban, right? So the fact that potentially they might go for the Ming, BSE, they might want to ban out the Ming. But is it worth it to ban out the Ming? I don't know about that. They might have enough counters for the Hoyi. I'm a little bit worried for the Hoyi, okay, because you have a lane that can potentially come up with a double death by sunset, thanks to Dolia as well. Potentially, Black Shoe Esports might pick the Yixing because they already have the Dolia. So O2 Esports might want to consider to ban out the Yixing. But okay, Luna ban is not bad as well. It has been a very strong hero. So that leaves Yixing open for BSE.
Yeah, it's definitely looking very interesting on how these teams are really looking at the draft, where Black Shoe Esports, they're really thinning out the pool of mid laners, where you can already imagine if you have a Gan Mo or even the Princess Frost to be open, once that Burning Sun arrow hits anybody at all, that full combo gets unleashed and they don't want anything to do with that. So smart options for BSE, but O2 gets that priority right now, where we have got, you know, Yixing still in the cards. My Shiranui has been banned away, so O2 Esports, they got to look for an alternative. And instead of having, you know, Princess Frost, you have the other counterpart, which does essentially pretty much a similar work, right? You have Lady Zhen locking down players, whether it's just going to be that launch with the first skill, or even with the Destructive Deluge. So O2 Esports, they already got that sorted, so they just really have to complete it with a support of their own, while Blackshore Esports, they answer back with Menki and Yixing at the same time.
Oh man, I'm scared. I'm scared for O2 Esports Contra. You have the Dolia +3. Long, Alain, and Yixing. And then, okay, for the record, the Ho Yi, as of now, is 0% win rate. But I get the idea behind the Ho Yi, right? You go for a semi-tank build for the Ho Yi, and then you bank on his Burning Sun arrow to hit. Now you're banking on that. It's really like a 50-50, right? What happens if it doesn't hit? Like, what's the backup plan? Then the Ho Yi is in a very dangerous position. You got the Menki, you can go to the backline with the Dream Roam, and then you have a lane with the double death by Sunset, and you can even have the Long with the Infinite Vastness all the way to the back. So I don't know how effective this Ho Yi will be against the lineup of Dolia +3.
Yeah. When we take a look at this Blackshore Esports combo, it definitely looks super scary. Let's talk about that Dolia combo for a little bit, right? The priority probably will be on this Elaine. You engage with that death at Sunset. You can also peel up with another death at Sunset. Or if you feel like you're in trouble, you can get that double board going for this Yixing. So Zihong as well as Xiang, they're going to play with a very high tempo. And if this Menki gets in trouble, why not? Everybody gets that Dolia ult. Well, as much as it looks a little bit daunting, O2 Esports, if they can get those early pickoffs going, this could be a very solid run for them.
Well, let's see who will get the first solid sprint, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to the first game in our second series today. It's going to be Blackshore Esports versus O2 Esports.
As we kickstart this run, we're already seeing a little bit of a steadfast action over mid side as they quickly go ahead to clear out the waves. Of course, love to actually see Yixing players out there with him needing to, of course, stack up, and the amount of util he provides into all these team fights have been pretty much off the charts, where even the win rates actually speak for itself. Well, O2 Esports, they did manage to at least steal the armored kill Bs from the likes of BSC.
Also to point out that there's no swap lane for Ho Yi, right? So X1 is going to have a very tough lane. The fact that you're going up against a Long and also a Dolia combo, we know that the Dolia is very good at zoning out opponents, so he's going to have a hard time at the bottom. But frankly speaking, even though if O2 Esports or X1, he does a swap lane towards the top, he'll be going up against a lane probably a little bit better because he's obviously the range. But yeah, I guess if I were to reflect on that, it would be better to do the swap lane. So he needs to kind of have to create his own space at the bottom farm lane.
Yeah, both supports actually providing just about enough vision to keep everything in check and in control over onto the middle quadrant of the map. Well, they could just leave all these marksmen to be able to soak up all the experiences as they lead to Musan King. Has been anticipating some players over the top side as he goes in to, of course, get himself that Reaper Sprite. So no casualties just yet, but once again, looking at the bigger picture, ideally, O2 Esports want to get Kongling activated very, very early on. So where exactly would that avenue come in? Or you could argue that it's going to be mid lane, but when you're going up against a Yixing, he's always got that passive online where with the adaptive measures, he could just walk away with just 5 HP and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's going to be a tough gang over the mid.
Yeah, I do like the activeness of O2 Esports as well, right? Like they try to win certain lanes that they know that is winnable for them. And that is going to be the Clash lane and also the jungle side of the Clash lane, and arguably maybe the mid lane as well. But the fact that the mid lane is joined by the Dolia, it's going to be pretty hard for them to be totally dominant here. The best if they can keep it 50-50 in check, at least they keep up the pace against Blackshore Esports.
Yeah, and at the very same time, if there's going to be any form of aggressors coming from O2 Esports, if you take a look at each respective carries on their designated lane, it comes with this escape mechanism, right? You have Death at Sunset, and you got like JR who could just turn himself into a dragon and walk off without any form of trouble at all. And Zihong, I think I've already elaborated enough about what the Yi Xing can actually have. So, ideally, we're looking at a very low volume of kills in the early standard round. So it's all about scalability at this point. So that's between JR as well as X1. Who gets most of these items up first will allow themselves to go for that initial dive.
Yeah, and the dive might be affected by the fact that Dian is now at level 4. So he's ready to join anybody. I mean, it's a Dolia +3. He can join the farm lane, he can join the clash lane, he can join the mid lane. Either one, he will be absolutely useful to the team. So this is where O2 Esports needs to be extra careful of where exactly Dan is rotating at.
Yep, and at this current standpoint, I wonder how much of a commitment would some of all these players put over onto the Tyrant for the Num. And it seems like they do have a 3-member setup coming in from O2 already, hovering over on the bottom side, but they're already having a scuffle.
Yeah, they're at Sunset by Xiang just to escape. So it looks like O2 Esports, they're not going to pursue any further. They don't want to overextend themselves inside the jungle of Black Shoe Esports. By the middle, we have Dream Roam, and also World is My Ball being deployed just to zone off Kongling from the fight.
Yeah. Just like what we mentioned as well, it's just so tough to actually find those initial pickoffs as O2, and they're kind of working really hard for it, right? Access Torment now up online for the Kongling as they are already securing themselves the first objective of this series thus far. And I guess O2, if they could just get more of that priority over on the Tyrant and just get themselves pretty much scaled off of the point where Black Shirt Esports is not going to make any countermeasures, then O2 might actually get themselves up ahead. And speaking of which, they're already about more or less 1,000 up at this moment.
K1, okay, he positions himself. Anyway, Care is there as a insurance policy in case they jump in onto him. So with the fact that they saw Care coming in, they're like, okay, we're not in a hurry. We don't need to take out K1 yet.
Yeah, and speaking of which, at the current standpoint, it's really all about ensuring that you get small little leads like this, like taking camps away. Kongling has been doing massive job so far to be able to actually keep up the tempo of Musang King. But either ways, Musang King, the more time that you give, this Menki is just gonna grow into this giant monster in some of all these team fights. So we definitely want to see how exactly will they actually pull off, you know, some massive Dream Roams for that initial fight to actually happen while O2...
Dream Roam in. Okay, managed to catch Cat together with White. Waiting for the follow-up to come in. Here comes Xiang from the side. And Xiang has let go of White because Care is still there together with X1. So they will not continue the fight. Objective gameplay is going to be the mission for BSE.
Yeah, so far, just playing a very disciplined game while all this was extended for the side of K1. And it seems like perhaps if O2 really wants to go for a catch, it's really relying on K1 with the set sail. But you gotta really find those big angles, and despite that, you got to see whether if they're gonna be isolated or not. Because we already talked about the kind of mobility each member of Black Shirt Esports has. Maybe the easiest target would be Adolia, but arguably so, she also does have a Purify. So it's not gonna be so straightforward.
Yeah, I like that you point out the Purify as well, right? I was also thinking of like, who would it be the best target? Yeah, it's going to be Dian, but with the Purify, and he's going to definitely have a lot of backup from the others that he can refresh their ult, so it's going to be hard for them to make that engagement. Oh, but speaking of an engagement here, World is My Ball will be used, but the first blood onto Zihong. Okay, this could be go time here for BSE to go in. They lost a couple of players. Heavy casualty on the BSE side. Double kill, give it to Care. Looks like O2, they fight back. But another trade-off here by Xiang wanting to go in. And Xiang gets out alive. So far, so good. Not getting the buff, but that's fine. But K1 is still chasing Xiang with White coming in for the side, but it's just too far for them to chase.
That was such a massive call. O2 Esports preemptively covered the entirety of the jungle in order to catch them up, and that set sail got them into a choke point, and just like that, another catch of mid.
Okay, all right. I thought that Xiang would go back, but he actually U-turned onto the tower, and they took advantage of it. But here comes Musang King with the Dream Roll, engaging onto White, but White is not white-faced at all. They push back onto BSE, taking another kill, this time onto Zihong.
It's all about the David versus Goliaths today as we're looking at O2 on the lead and now knocking at the doorways of the tier 1. And here comes the set sail.
Onto Musang King, not the target that they want, not the tanky one. So they know that they cannot continue to go on. Anyway, O2 Esports can still take over the jungle. They took over the buff. They got both red buffs right now for the side of O2 Esports.
Yeah, a preemptive Burning Sun arrow to also zone them away. Really good call coming from O2 Esports. So far looking super clean. As we take a look back into that portion of the team fight early on, right? Like all the targets that they want to acquire, they managed to drop. And at the very same time, they got all the kills to be funneled into pretty much the right. What is it? It's a steal! What?
Musang King from the side. Oh, they did not check their corners. They did not check the bush in front of them. And Musang King to advantage is stealing the Tyrant away.
He doesn't even need to smite or even commit with the Dream Roam. It's a little bit ridiculous to me. I mean, Conley's got the smite. That output should have actually been secured by Conley.
Oh man, that is Musang King for you, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, the fight's not over yet. The pressure is still on to BSE. O2 Esports looks at engagement in the middle. World is my ball will be used. And Conley, he has to back up, but he cannot. He cannot. He's trapped inside. Here comes the set sail from the side, but it will not hit onto anyone at all. And K1 has to back up. That sunset onto K1. That's going to be Xiang and K1, but Xiang is not going to continue on the chase. They take the tower down.
Perfect call out there coming from Zihong with the world is my board, just locking two of their prior targets. Now Kongling's down, X1's down. Nobody's going to be able to contest for this Tyrant. So back to back, BSE just get all these free Tyrants and now they're back on track despite O2 playing a solid job in the early span match. But is this going to be a 1v1 though?
Well, looks like not really. It's more of both sides clearing the lanes. Well, for BSE, when they start to play together, you know that as long as you have Dian there playing the Dolia, you'll be able to refresh the key out here for the side of BSE. But speaking about the key moves here by Musang King, Dream Roll on the front, managed to catch two, but the World is my ball will be deployed as well, catching Kongling as well as White inside of it. But now the World is my ball is out. They have to back out. They do not have World is my ball locking them in, while X1 was dishing a decent amount of damage from the back.
Yeah, at the very same time, the Dilla did not really have the ult to then go for the refresh. So this is perfect opportunity for O2 Esports to quickly siege with his current takedown over onto the Overlord. So regaining a little bit more of that tempo of the map, absolutely crucial for O2. Well, at the very same time, this is a trap being set by Musang King, and I believe they've already sniffed it out.
Yeah, they sniffed out and they get the kill immediately. And O2, they have to back up. They're breaking up right now. Musang King with the Dream Roll towards the back. He will get a kill for himself again this time. And double kill for Musang King. Kongling, where are you going to go? Surrounded by the members of BSE, and he will fall to the hands of Black Shoe Esports.
The prowess of Black Shore Esports with some of all these big brain bush camps has been able to once again regain that control despite them wanting to go in for aggression. And now the ball is on their court. T1 tower up top, absolutely secured. But we're also looking at a push up mid as well as bottom at the very same time. So O2 Esports, whatever they built so far, they've kind of lost it, including the jungle camps are now all being taken up. Free Crimson. Don't mind if Musang King does.
Oh, and I'm looking over at the items of X1. Looks like he's going to prioritize damage output for now. Burning Sun Arrow will not connect at all. So right now, O2 knows that without the Burning Sun Arrow, they cannot continue on. But the Dream Roll managed to catch two. But still, O2 Esports, they're close enough with their base. They're safe for now.
Yeah, and the timing on that Dream Robot has been so perfect. It's more of the follow-up where I think like going very deep in the jungle, it always seems to be a very risky play. As we even saw the board coming out, but Musang King disciplined enough to be able to, of course, look for different alternatives later on, but Kongling's getting activated. He's looking for Dian.
Oh, Kongling at the forefront and engaged by the Kongling, but he backs up immediately. World is my ball, caught White inside of it. But no space for Black Shoe Esports to come in. Musang King is by the side looking for an advantage. But since the fight did not continue, it's going to be a retreat for Musang King.
Yeah, at the very same time, BSC has to also attend to that wave over the top side. And now that the Loon is not going to be a part of the equation, they are hoping to look for a call. But so long as you have this brick wall called a Menki, it's not doable.
Oh, that was there by Sunset, escape there by Xiang at the bottom side. So one is used, can still be refreshed, not going to be an issue. So they can re-engage anytime soon if they see fit.
They could potentially do so, but Musang King is not going to be the prior target they want, as you can throw everything, including the kitchen sink. And now here comes JR.
Oh, the burning sun arrow did not hit. And here comes Infinite Bastards all the way to the back line. But he U-turns back, JR. There was a little bit of a bait there by Black Shrew Esports just to zone out the members of O2 Esports.
I love all these ults committed though, so they could actually regress. O2's looking for it.
Oh, here comes from the side! They managed to catch Gogley! It is initiated by Musang King himself! And Musang King will continue on. They see another target. Launch onto the top. It's going to be K1. Now dropping down. Double kill for the King himself, Musang King!
Has destroyed a
What a dream roam they pulled out. And as we saw, the main priority was to still gain that control over the Tyrant. And you saw majority of these O2 esports, they were wide out in the open over mid lane where the vision wasn't very much locked right in. This is just gonna be a 1 versus 3. I don't think he's getting it out alive. And now Xiang's also on that rampage. Musang King, what could anybody do to stop this guy?
Oh yeah, he knows how to position himself right from the side. And in the earlier fight, I would say that BSC, they saw a pickoff onto O2 Esports. They saw Kongling off position, they caught him, and pretty much the rest was history. O2 Esports, they were not able to back off in time, and it was just Musang King with his dream roll, able to go for the front. Let's not forget the fact that the Dolia can refresh his dream roll, so he can do a double initiation in one fight.
Absolutely, and at the very same time, we saw how they were overcommitting to actually secure Zihong, but it came too costly for the rest of O2, who's currently behind. Now, with all these minion waves crashing right through, and nobody's really attending to the lane just yet. Of course, there's still maybe a tiny little wave to hold the minions back, but it's going to be a little bit heavier, which can be a very big setup for Black Shrew Esports in a couple of moments. Well, look at the current avenue. This is also another Shadow Overlord pretty much left for the taking. No rush for it, as they could just break loose the high ground turret.
Yeah, and they took it down. Right now, Infinite Bastards will be used to provide a little bit more pressure onto O2 Esports. They got K1. Now the door is open for them in the middle to chase all the way to the top. Look at this Xiang. Xiang takes a lot of damage, but somehow, with the Dead by Sunset, Xiang is able to step away to safety. But the flaming bomb by JR all the way to the back to take out Gongling.
That was sick. I mean, you take a look at how they're just pulling off all these advancements with no problem at all, and they're going for more.
Yeah, they want more, but the resurrection is in. Nevertheless, it's still going to be Xiang with a godlike performance right now. It's a matter of time till BSC ends this game, and they will do so. Game 1 goes to Black Shrew Esports.
The king has arrived, and this is where he shines so bright in this matchup, where we talked about the impact of having this Dolia in the draft, where you are just having all this nimble movement coming in from every single pick, where even with O2 Esports, ideally you want to out, you really require everybody to really lock down that 1 or 2 target, right? Like, and that's not going to be the Menki. So Musang King, he gets to dominate, go anywhere as he please, initiate, and once again get another dream roam, or even in the expense where if you want that lane to even come in for a flank, that's a double death at sunset. So this kind of draft, so tough to navigate up against. O2 Esports, I think they really had their big moments as well, right? When we take a look at maybe the vast majority of that early game, they massacred some really convincing results, but looking for the pickoff, and we thought, hey, this pay has been activated already, and look at the traps. Musang King just once again stops everything on the tracks for O2.
Yeah, even if Pei wants to keep his distance, right? Like he wants to, like, okay, I want to wait for the moment to come in, because Pei is not initiator. he needs the Sunset to initiate first, or maybe the Burning Sun arrow to initiate first. So naturally, he'll be waiting at the flank. But when he waited at the flank, the Dream Roam is able to engage. You get a Dream Roam in on the pay, finish him off, and then Dolia comes in, refreshes the Dream Roam, and then re-engage with the majority other players of O2 Esports. And that's how they win one of their major fights to snowball away to their first win.
That's right, and also the impact of that. Look at that. As a Dolia, you'll be grinning with that 17 assists in this matchup, right? Like, you don't really have too much of a hassle on top of taking that Purify, so you're kind of baiting enemies over onto your corner that, hey, I'm the easiest target. I dare you to come over to pick me off. Well, everybody else actually worked like pretty much a fitted glove all together, and it's just tough. O2 Esports, when we take a look at builds as well as some of all the key players out there, Karen as well as Kong Ling definitely have been working in tandem a whole lot, but despite that, they were kind of off of position for a few times, so it's just a little rough from the looks of it, despite, you know, Kong Ling having that Pure Sky even up online very early on. There's just too much laser focus from Blackshore Esports.
Yeah, and I also want to point out the fact that they went for a full damage build for the whole year for O2 Esports. And if you go for a full damage build, basically this is Protect the President. But for O2 Esports, they don't have the right heroes to play Protect the President. It's going to be hard for Kong Ling to protect because you're a pay. You want to be the one to deal out the damage and also engage. K1 is not going to be the one because he needs to engage as well. So White can't really do that too. So that leaves X1 very, very vulnerable. So if we were to look at these numbers here, the damage dealt by X1 is not the highest because he does not have that protection by his team.
I can definitely, of course, double down on your points out there, where we also take a look at this value of Hou Yi once again. Of course, the majority of the cases, if you do land your Burning Sun arrows, it's only about once or twice that I do notice that it does hit on the right targets. But at the very same time, if you can't really get a convincing catch, you're not going to be able to do much until you hit all these big item power spikes, which, of course, Blackstone Esports, they managed to close out the game much, much earlier than what this Hou Yi was expecting it to be. And you just see a little bit back and forth in the early game, and then from that 12-13 minute point onwards, it's all hands on deck from Blackshore Esports, getting catches after catches, and this ultra mobility comp coming out of Blackshore Esports is absolutely lethal.
Yeah, and who needs overlords, right? When you can win fights. BSE did not take a single overlord. That one overlord was taken by O2 Esports, but they were not able to capitalize on it. Great, you can get the overlord. It helps you to push out the lanes, but if you lose fights, BSE can easily clear off the lanes and push it to a win. And that is how they actually got it. They didn't really care about the overlord, if you kind of think about it, even when the overlord was at the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, you just saw how they would just double down into some of all these team fights where you cause this situation where O2 once again have to target Paradise, where it's a lot of pressure for this Sunta to actually land a perfect set seal, and even when you do, sure, you might burn 1 ult, 2 ult for them to get away, and then you got the Dolia to refresh it again. That's what's annoying about this composition to deal with. While O2, as much as they got themselves an early footing, I think that they really have to work on some of all these mid-game vision, because that's kind of their own demise, because this is a couple of rounds that they got caught out, but who's the one getting all these catches? It is definitely our Realme MVP, Musangke.
Yeah, all hail the king, people. 816 KDA with a damage output of 30%, damage taken 36%, and a total goal of 24%. This is easily the highest stats among all his other teammates as well. And he did everything. He did the engagement, he dished out the damage, getting those kills in, and he tanked damage as well. I mean, it's a full all-round performance by Musang King.
It definitely is, and overall, there was only some of all these early scuffles where he had a little bit of trouble with all these invades coming in, but other than that, he is the mid-shield, he is the damage, he is everything to BSE. As we take a look at this team fight that really opened up the floodgates for BSE with that golden "Wool is my boy" from Zihong.
Yeah, and the fight continues on, right? If we look at the BSE, they have even the sides covered, like Musang King taking care of the back. At the front, you have the other members of BSE chasing people down. So they have every corner covered. Like they're not like just tunnel vision towards one single fight. And this is their definitive fight here. When they took out Kong Ling, they know the door is now open. And because of that as well, it forces O2 Esports to kind of get scattered around the map. And you can still see the coordination for Black Shoe Esports. It's like, okay, we send 2 players to take out one, and then we immediately move to the other. They know who is the main priority target when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that BSE, they can even work as individuals for all these dives to happen, where Xiang, he just blatantly goes in, Death at Sunset, diving in between 2 towers at the very same time, and still walks away scot-free. That just goes to show how perfectly this plays out for Black Shore Esports. They are, of course, one of the top contenders in this league, so to no shame. I mean, O2, I think they definitely tried really hard in that round to be able to form whatever advantages that they could, but it's just the experience and the strength of their roster, of how they understand how this composition works. They just played it by the books, and that was a solid win for BSE. Now, O2's got to make some adjustments, right? So I think the glaring thing that they have to change moving to the next draft, maybe scrap the Ho Yi. If you want the Ho Yi, you got to secure the Zolia at the same time, right?
Well, the fact that it's global ban pick, so they definitely can't pick the Ho Yi even if they want to.
Plus, you just reminded me.
Now the Dolia is being banned out. So even if they want to, like what you say, right, pick the Dolia for themselves and do a Dolia plus 1, 2, 3, whatever the number is, they can't right now. It is out. So they have to figure out something else. But since they have used these bans so far that we can see on screen, the Mai is not banned out yet by BSE. This is going to be their last chance. They're going to take out the Zhang Fei. So the Mai is open for O2.
I'm not too sure if Care is hoping to secure it to deal up against Zihong, and even if you allow Zihong to have it, it's a very big threat, and I think like it's just too risky to just leave it open on the table. And usually when you see this kind of draft, you will expect when the data is pretty much up on the cards, you secure it along together with the early. So very steady opening for the side of Black Shoe Esports.
Yeah, so for O2 Esports, okay, it's going to be interesting, right? Are they going to put focus onto the early, or do they want to do something else? Okay, you're going to pick up the channel together with the Moser. Now, at least Moser is able to give a long-range control as a support, right? But I think, okay, so this is going to be a support Moser, and you want to land your cannon blast onto like Arlie, it's going to be pretty hard as well. So I'm not sure about them winning the lanes at the laning phase. So this is probably going to be a composition that they're thinking of, like, okay, it's a mid-game onwards composition. When team fights start to happen, that's where the Moser will be much more effective rather than the laning phase itself, unless if they do a swap lane.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think very likely we'll see that swap to happen. And at the very same time, O2 Esports is telling you that my composition, I don't really have to full commit into fights. I can slowly wither you down, go in with the pokes with the cannon blast, whatever Kachosen you actually land, so long as you have maybe like 3 items built, that one Kachosen is still gonna hurt a lot, right? The moment that they are brought down low, that's where, you know, it's just going to be a full swing coming from O2 Esports. But quickly, as we go into our second phase, a lot of all these target priority onto Zihong's pool, with Gan and Mo and Nuwa taken off, and at the very same time, looking at Musashi and Byron to be off the list as well. So looking into O2 Esports, you kind of still need a decent front line. I'm thinking maybe you're looking at a Dune that could still soak in a little bit of that pressure, and perhaps they will be able to eventually get the catch onto this early. And this is something very similar that we've seen so far from Black Shore Esports, which was played by some of the members of Seoul Esports. You have the Yuhuan, you got the Diadia, so you got the healing combination. All that there is left, one thing that they have not banned is the Ogren, and nobody has picked Ogren last match.
Yeah, so the Dune, Ogren, Memki even is open for O2 Esports. Those are good picks because they need a little bit more durability. that's in the jungle department. They can bring the durability to the clash lane, but they also need to remember that they need the clash lane to control Mayen as well. So they will leave the durability for Menki. Zanyu is okay durable, but I believe that he has a bigger objective of just try to mark the Mayen for playing.
Yeah, I really do like the kind of ideas where you're talking about, okay, getting a meat shield in, right? Like, so this Xiang Yu could just hopefully turn the tides around, especially when you're going, let's say if they don't swap the lanes and it's versus the Yin, you can just let her dish whatever damage and then you just go and just land a beautiful ult and you're good to go, right? So I guess that matchup, pretty interesting to watch, while O2 Esports, once again, high mobility composition for at least few of them members, but at the very same time, do they have enough output to take on Black Shrew Esports looking to secure a clean finish?
Okay, here's what I see the advantage for Black Shrew Esports, right? Is because of Mayin. So Mayin, very mobile, able to go in and out of fights, and they do have the option to push waves as well with the Mayin. Now, O2 Esports, can they respond to a potential split push here by Black Shrew Esports, or at least respond to a split pressure by Black Shrew Esports? This is going to be the question. The advantage of O2 Esports this draft, I would say, is more of engagements, taking fights. They have the Menki. It's a very good engager. We saw that one earlier on. They do have the Mozer with Cannon Blast. Also very good to continue this crowd control onto Black Shrew Esports. So I see O2 Esports. This is a fight composition by them. But it's all down to execution, ladies and gentlemen. And this is game number 2. This is going to be a very important game here for O2 Esports. They must win. Bring it on, Black Shrew Esports.
Very, very tough position to be at for O2 Esports, where they did manage to really accomplish a little bit more of those leads on the past game, and you already look at long-range cannon blast to be hitting over onto JR. Meanwhile, Xiang is actually losing a lot of health in that first wave, where K1 expected to have a little bit of a priority because Yin level 1 couldn't really do much yet until she activates her second ability, right? So I guess with what's at hand, it's still pretty much manageable. And at the very same time, looking at BSC's draft, you know, what was played by Seoul Esports was to have that Ogren. Agudo works the same way because it's also another hero that has some sustain in his kit at the very same time. So triple sustain kind of is the trend that we're looking at for the recipe of success, perhaps. We'll have to see how Black Shrew Esports actually maneuvers around, though.
Yeah, the Agudo can be really annoying as well, right? I mean, you have the Furball who's able to move front as well, takes a bit of damage, maybe absorb some skills if O2 Esports misclick and accidentally aim the Furball. So that's going to be an advantage here for Busan King as an engager. And he's going to be the key engager for BSC, just like how he was in the previous round as well. So let's see how he will position himself. But I do see that he's going to stick with his team a lot when it comes to the mid stages onwards.
Yeah, and also when we take a look at the mid game, who exactly does care wants to take care of? Pun intended, you could say, but it's hard to catch on to a Dieta. She can always knock you back and really cause some dispel just to disrupt the tempo of spell rotation of a Maishiro, who's hoping to get in range for a big blue engine. So
again, all right. Not too sure how he overextended there, but the first blood goes to O2 Esports.
Yeah, perfect timing with the Dream Room. Hongling managed to secure it as well. Now they're going for subjective steals. It really seems to be a little bit more precious amounting, but not quite enough to take them down. So all the camps cleared up. I consider that a win in my books for O2, and still a little bit more pressure up mid.
Cannon Blast onto Xiang, but no problem for Xiang to step away to safety. Anyway, Musan King is there as an insurance policy, and he can absorb those Cannon Blasts. It's not going to be a problem. That's going to be his job anyway.
Yeah, true enough. And when we take a look at how O2 has been able to really get that control over onto the bottom quadrant of the jungle, it's been super impressive as they've actually go in for that heavy catch up against Musang King. And as much as it was just first blood, it's still pretty huge for O2 to lead up to something as they're being so proactive up mid at the same time. And just like that, this, folks, super annoying to deal with, especially when this already hasn't really have her items activated just yet.
Yeah, and if we were to look at some of the rotations here by BSE, they're starting to bring Xiang into the mid. And Xiang checks the push, got caught up, but Cannon Blast will not connect, so no continuation by O2 Esports.
Yeah, they're buying time for this Xiang Yu to be involved into controlling this Tyrant at the very same time. So now that they identified, okay, I don't think that we're going to have all too much of a control over onto the river, so we can actually let this first Tyrant to be given over to O2 Esports if it was to be in the books of actual Esports. But if there's anything, they could still look for some turn pickoff, which could be pretty fruitful for them if they do manage a few. But O2, they did not commit to the Tyrant.
They can't because Mustang King is still there. Okay, Smite will be up really soon, but they're probably not going to wait for the Smite. Okay, that's it. BSE says thank you so much for O2 Esports for starting that Tyrant, and they will happily take it.
Just like the first game, right? I mean, they did allow O2 to have at least one in their books, and then Mustang King yoinks it away. It's like, okay, thank you very much for the leash. I don't have to do all these hard work. I mean, I don't plan to sweat. We're only starting the weekend so far. Meanwhile, I think the rest of O2 doing a solid maneuver where they've been able to at least have the Xiang move to re-rotate over the top side. This just about enough damage to eventually have something to be happening over on top portion of the map, while a little bit of tussle goes on over the mid side. Mustang King hoping to at least find a more favorable position as we're looking at something potentially up top.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for the Overlord, right? But BSE, they're not going to hang that thought for a second, because right now it's going to be dead caught out, and Kongling gets it. Could this be O2 Esports taking the Overlord away, but Mustang King is still around?
What a angle to actually commit to the Chohisatsu. And the more you add to the tally for this Machiru, she's just gonna be amplified to, once again, look for all these single off targets, and yeah, that is absolutely vulnerable in that position. So, 2 picked off so far, now looking to steal away the buff.
Yeah, Kong needs a good call things, but hang on a second at the back! It's gonna be Xiang coming in on the X1. No marksman, O2 Esports, they have to get back. Beautiful double kill by Xiang to engage that fight. But the fight's not over yet though. He might want to go in on to Kongling or K1. They are scouting the area. Mustang King is together with Z Hong, but they decided not to. Instead, they want to take down the tower.
Yeah, that was just beautiful work from Xiang, getting that ample space to just commit onto both X1 as well as Y. Now this marksman is being put behind. It's just gonna create a scenario where they have to play a little bit more of that catch-up in that specific role. Of course, here comes the Dream Roam, but of course, it's just really tough to eventually find some of all these guys of BSE. So 2 for 2 at this current moment, but Blackshore Esports, they're slowly regaining a little bit more of that tempo despite it still being slightly in favor of O2 at this standpoint. So once again, this mine, absolutely pivotal in majority of these scenarios. Those pick off, somebody's got to match that, and if there's anybody, it has to be Xiang, which is why we're seeing them pretty much on the very same lane.
Yeah, and Xiang is a target that we did talk about earlier on during the drafting phase. It's like you need to keep him in check. And K1 players like this will need to keep him in check. If you don't, then Xiang is going to find those kind of openings to backstab, and that's how he got the double kill earlier on. And if we will look at Xiang's position right now, he's at the back, he's at the lane. At any point of time, he can come join his team for a fight from the back to pick out those very, very important targets first. So O2 Esports, they know that they're not in a good position, but O2 Esports, White got caught up by Seong instead, and this is go time for BSE to continue on. Kongling might be the next target, but nope, it's not going to be Kongling. Since Kongling is tanky enough, they will not continue on, but instead they want to take over the jungle.
A little overzealous with that misstep or overstep coming from White. Definitely it was super costly, and now pretty much the Cruiser is up for grabs. Something's happening mid.
Oh, Dian, very, very low, and down will be taken out by X1. But the fight continues on. It's going to be a support down. X1 very, very low, but before he's able to escape, he's able to land a double kill for himself to show off Blackshore Esports.
Man, they're playing by the strand of this very fine line, and you saw BSE walked away with murder with so little health bars to work with. And what really went on? Blackstreet Esports got them health over the choke point, while they have their attentions being pulled over onto the Crimson Golem as well as the Tier 1. So that's where Care thought that, hey, I could actually look for a pickoff, which they did manage to catch then. And once again, put themselves into a deep angle at the very same time. As much as we got a couple of kills going into the channel, he also has been sifted through in that form of a skirmish. So kind of back to the drawing board, but Blackstreet Esports really come up ahead as they have been getting a lot more than they bargained for.
Well, in the earlier fight, BSE, they had the advantage, I must say, because they trade off a support for a marksman. So BSE, yep, great investment there, although not so great for Dian, but hey, he knows his role. He's a support. He's expendable at the end of the day. I mean, I'm a support as well, so I feel him. But
that's the life of being supports. You know, like you sometimes have to put your body on the line so that things get done, right? And just like that.
Oh,
another one.
Xiang, body on the line maybe, but Xiang gets away. But keep your eye at the top, Contra. Look at what JR is doing.
Yeah, he's just having that free wiggle room to secure themselves that T2 turret. And now it's going to be a little chase. This is early though. Can she dance it off?
Now he has Dian together with him. They can't continue to chase down JR. I mean, JR, the early is slick anyway, so you don't want to take that risk.
It is very tough of a situation. Meanwhile, Kongling looks to recommit as they try to open a little bit more space for that Tyrant to be falling into their favors. And now here comes the entirety of the squad.
If the Tyrant is still up for grabs right now, Blackstreet Esports just shooing away. O2 Esports zoning them off, waiting for the moment to get the Tyrant. Both sides, they're really adamant on the Tyrant though. But if we were to look at the movement by JR, he's like, okay, you guys can dance. I'm fine. I'll take my buff. I'll come back and look for the next opportunity.
Yeah, they can also look for a trade as well. I mean, you can also match it with an Overlord and just give that free reign over onto Blackstreet Esports, since there's not much of that avenue where you have Busan King once again on this Agudo being the nuisance, and they're just looking for the right timing, and they hop on Kongling.
And here comes, and Xiang from the back will join up together with his teammates. Looks like they're not going to continue on the engagement, but maybe they're able to catch one. Looks like they will, and it's going to be carried down. This is going to be Blackstreet Esports looking for the next target, but Kongling made a trade-off this time against Xiang. And Dian is down right now. Xiang is still alive. Xiang will step back. And at this point, looks like O2 Esports might go for the Tyrant.
BSE carefully dissected that fight, just going in for whoever's going for a flank, and just like that, without Care, a lot of all these pressure has been relieved for BSE to once again recommit into this Tyrant, and with Kongling so low, they just have to give this one to the favor of BSE. Very carefully executed, and Blackstreet Esports, just like that, with that micro control, now they're finding themselves up ahead.
And the fact that O2 Esports did kind of help BSE earlier on with the Tyrant again, like, or taking away like 40% of health and then leave the remaining 60% for BSE to finish off. I mean, O2 Esports, they need a little bit more control at the Tyrant area before they're able to even just dish out the damage onto the Tyrant. If not, it's going to be a freebie for BSE.
Certainly agree with that. Speaking of which, Busan King looking for another freebie. Did he manage to steal it away? Apparently not so, as this might go through. And Blackstreet Esports, they are managing just fine, as they are having so much of a free space for them to eventually bait out players if they want to look up ahead to push check up for this Overlord. So they're sending Kongling ahead if there's anybody to be able to do the job just right. So back into that fight, what we saw over on the Tyrant, Kongling has been focused fired on, and once they actually have all that spell to be on cooldown, they once again check over mid lane because they expected K1 or Kara to be around that corner, and by doing so, they have actually spotted them out, and just like that, Blackstreet Esports looking for more.
An engagement by Xiang, and he got a rampage. A double kill for Xiang at the bottom. I was looking at his movement earlier on. Now with the two players down for the side of O2 Esports, Blackstreet Esports, this is their chance to push even further in taking down the mid tower and now securing the entire jungle of O2 Esports while continue to put pressure in the middle onto them.
Xiang is just so good at finding the right angles, isolating their targets, and just like that, with 2 members down, they can actually look to go for a big dive as Blackshore Esports. They don't have to do so. And now, over on the high grounds, 1 turret now, another one could be in the books as well. But the timer for the teammates of O2 is coming up online. And Xiang!
Oh, now going in for another chase, probably a double, but Zihong, he has his teammates together with him. Nevertheless, getting Xiang is so important because Xiang have been really annoying with the side lanes.
Like you earlier mentioned, they need to know where exactly this Mayan is. At the moment that she's being left all alone, that pickoff resulted in O2 regaining the tempo, securing that Shadow Overlord. So it really felt like the efforts coming from Blackshore Esports once again gets neutralized, at least for a short measure of time. They dropped the Vanguard over on the bottom side, and the Arlie's already working to take it out.
Yeah, so they still have JR as a sub to what Xiang would do at the bottom. But they must buy time right now. Okay, Xiang is back up. Now for them to make this engagement, they're going in for JR. JR senses something. The information was sent back onto him. And he will be back at his base nice and safe.
Yeah, just checked on the wrong side of the bush. That could actually be a good catch. And of course, they got better things to do, which is to once again now knock on the doorways of Blackshore Esports. That T2 down bot is definitely just going to crumble, but mid lane still needs a little bit more work for them to really crack this one open. So Kongling, perhaps this is going to be a very good avenue on this Menki if he could just find another catch onto Den or something like that. And once more, Xiang has to now carefully navigate when exactly is the right timing to look for that catch. And yeah, precise. If it's going to be the Mai, if it's going to be X1, that is going to be go time for BSC.
Yeah, and it was now K1 checking onto Xiang just to give information back to his team on where exactly Xiang's position is at. And Xiang is still playing that very sneaky role at the back, looking for the opportunity, but it's not presented to him yet. At the same time, Kongling will be still the front liner for O2 Esports, opening up that space checking Musan King.
Yeah, and over onto the side of the flanks as well. This is where Young's going to be actively garnering a little control. Getting a catch onto X1.
Oof, X1. A little bit of a save there thanks to Kongling, but now the engagement is happening. Musan King is pretty low on health. He cannot re-engage at this moment, but his teammates will instead. It's going to be JR taking out Care. Now they don't have Care. They don't have K1. They don't have X1. Double kill to Xiang. The chase is on here for BSC. Going all in onto White right now. This could be an ace. Let's see if they can catch Kongling, or it's not going to be important for them as they will end the game. But at the same time, might as well get Kongling. Ace towards BSC. And a 2-0 win for Blackshore Esports.
Breaking only a little bit of sweat in this series as Blackshore Esports once again just understanding what their objectives are. And the moment that you saw that overstep coming from the Mai is members of O2 thought that is a grand opportunity. Do you want to go in for at least one of all these carries to be singled out? And they just did not really notice at the very same time that the positioning of the rest of these members of Blackshore Esports to be able to really fully recommit into a dive to eventually break open the base of these members. But look at the overall picture. It was a lot of back and forth. Once again, O2, they're just so good in the early game. It just really seemed like at a certain point, it's all about those fights around the Tyrant that has been the major contributor for the rest of BSC, because that's where those pickoffs happen. That's where they regain the tempo. And once again, just stacking out of control as Musan King once again snowballs out of control.
Yeah, but I guess besides Musan King, for me, Xiang is really the key player here. Like, it's something that we expect from the Mayan's gameplay, right? To like try to find opportunities from the back, and it was not cleanly checked by O2 Esports. Now let's check out some of the stats here. And for Blackshore Esports, interesting enough, they didn't really need to go for the blazing cape, so they went a lot of damage. They have the Omnious Premonition onto Musang King early on. Okay, yeah, they do have the Omnious Premonition. So Musang King was the one to try to slow down the attack speed of O2 Esports, especially X1.
Yeah, and I'm also liking this semi-tank build coming in from Xiang, where he will expect him to be a very huge prior target. So he's going in for the Kuras of Savagery to give himself a little bit more sustain while he goes in for those exchanges. And so far, with this sustained composition of the Dia Yuhuan and Agudo combination, you can just soak damage for days, tank out, and you just let this Arlie and Bayin to really clean sweep the rest of it. So I think like O2, they have some brilliant ideas with all these pokes coming in from White as well as Air, but at the very same time, it really felt like it's a little bit more vulnerable for them, where in the form of this frontline composition where you want to get things going for X1. There was a couple of moments where he got singled off in some of all these scenarios. So I just felt like O2, they just gotta find ways to actually deal with it, and you gotta also have a lot of inbuilt shield shreds or even anti-heal at the very same time to deal with what Blackshear is presenting to you with this sustained comp.
Yeah, and X1 he clearly had a hard time, right? Because I noticed that there were two Ominous Premonitions as well. Even JR had one. So as much as X1, like obviously he's the biggest damage dealer, he wants to go in straight for JR, you want to take out the biggest damage dealer on the other side, but because of the Ominous Premonition, it made it hard for him to deal the amount of damage that he would have wanted against JR. So JR, he survived with the least amount of damage taken thanks to his Ominous Premonition, but I believe it was the last item as well, just to give the extra security towards the end of the game.
Yeah, true enough. And if it actually prolongs even further, you would expect Blackshear Esports to start building Succubus cloaks and even more of all these defensive stats to make life even harder for O2 Esports. But you saw things were going really good up to the 7-minute mark or so, and then those fights once again around that Tyrant start to scale out of control. His BSE just kept going for catches after catches, and they don't really have to full commit into those 5v5s even. They always come up ahead for those trades. The only kind of easy target that O2 was looking for was Dian. And like you said, that's expendable, right? And just like that, you go for those trades that always favor you, and that's how BSE just got everything going for them with those split pushes from the Arlie, and it's just overwhelming to the extent that you have this Mayin on the loose.
Yeah, I love your supports, ladies and gentlemen. Dian was the expendable player in this round. A couple of times that he was taken out. But if you kind of think about that as well, it's like O2 Esports, they targeted out the Dian. Now, I understand as well why you want to try to take out their support, because he was playing a more of a babysitter sort of support, so you don't want him to be around to kind of like sustain the entire team, and that's why you want to take out Dian as soon as possible. But BSE, they knew that, okay, they put O2 Esports, they went all in for Dian. They have a good amount of time or window to counter back onto O2 Esports. But our MVP did a great job here. It is Xiang with the Mayin.
So far, looking to be one of the most proficient Mayin that has played so far throughout these past 2 weeks, where in terms of results, absolutely clean with the KD of 8-1-2. And just being so nimble to the point that as much as he's the priority target, he's only soaking 16% of the damage. While you saw that sustained comp, everybody was really holding down the lines in order for Xiang to look for those alternate angles. And that double pickoff on that bottom lane, that was what broke the camel's back for O2 Esports, right? So for Xiang, you expect him to be playing a lot more of these Mayin throughout the course of the run here in the MKL, and I definitely enjoy seeing him really shining on this hero.
Well, fun fact, Mayin has an 80% win rate. So, 80% win rate. It is the highest among our top pick heroes here in the MKL so far. And, well, if you give it to the hands of a player like Xiang, you kind of know what sort of output that he can come up with, right? And he was playing the Lone Ranger sort of Xiang, which normally how a Xiang would play. Like, you try to find opportunities from the back, and he only died once in the entire game, playing that sort of regular Xiang, regular Mayin sort of gameplay. So great piloting, high win rate hero. I mean, you don't let this guy get his Mayan.
Yeah, and Mayin just offers so much where you could just single out targets, kick one member of the opposition to your teammates, or you could go for that exploit weakness to find that huge knock-up AoE and just really turn tides around, which is why you're looking at Mayan to be one of the most sought-after picks. But at the same time, why isn't it she picked every single round? Because it's really dependent on the draft as well, because Mayin isn't exactly the tankiest of heroes when you play over the cast lane, but she certainly packs a whole lot of punch.
Well, we check out the highlights here from the previous round. So during the early stages, it's kind of 50-50 between the two, right? Like here we see a good amount of engagement by O2, but BSE didn't know how to counter back, especially X1. He did not have a good time. Yes, he's able to cover the damage. Here's a double kill, but at the end of the day, he traded back his own life. And this is the exact moment where a trade on Tian versus a marksman, which is X1 on O2's side. At the end of the day, it still wasn't a worthwhile trade for O2.
Yeah, it really wasn't. And I think like this kind of overextension coming in from Kara as well as X1 was absolutely punished, while you saw how they've been able to quickly isolate K1 from the quarter, and just like that, they broke open the base and secured themselves that back-to-back win. BSE so far on the clean record to be eventually matching up against AG Global. Of course, we have seen Nova, of course, triumph up against them as well in the prior series, so they're still somewhere up there within the top 4 ratio, so good record being set by BSE so far. So I wonder who will be the next challengers as well. As we'll have to see, as we still have one more series in hand, and it's just going to be an explosive one that you guys don't want to miss.
Yeah, well, you asked about our next challengers, right? They're going to be up next year. It's going to be Team Secret and Nova Esports, the anime boss of the MKL, going up against Team Secret after this, a team that has been around since the start of the Honor of Kings Esports in Malaysia as well. So a very experienced team versus a recent champion in S3. So it's going to be a big one here between these two.
That's right. So far, Team Secret, they want to break the second place curse, right? And they got to start here. If you can take down Nova and break their confidence, then they have something really set up over onto the course of this double round robins, where this is their first meeting, where we will expect maybe not all cards to be laid out on the table just yet in terms of drafts, because they want to save something special for the playoffs, right? But whatever major advantages that they could actually get, if it's a 2-0 record, it's big. But of course, it's not going to be an easy task. So let's take a short break, and when we do come back, we bring you the big match of the day.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Perhaps our next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world.
Hi, we are from Noah Esport.
Hello, I'm from Team Secret.
Hi, kami dari pada O2 Esports.
Hi, we are BSC.
Hi everyone, we are DT Gaming.
So we are So Esport.
纷争开始了。
13吗 ？TS 13，感觉打打就是13输出啊。
PS，对。啊。我们有 A 组导演。
好像你们的 CY 算是一个很厉害的打野，但是在训练赛里面为什么我经常被我打成让我0.6呢？这次我来了，你们就小心点吧，别让你们的野区成为我的家了。
你们的文帝在13前面像小学生。
BSC, why you guys lose to AG lah? But don't worry, I believe you. This time you can beat them.
奥拓想下自己有没有机会去沙特吧。
感觉这次 MKL 的比赛遇到你们是让我最没压力的队伍。
DTE 啊，我觉得你们对我们也是没有压力的。
Same 啦。
Won't you yell my name again? Crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
Like it Packing steeds. Victory.
Yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
harmonimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Hi, I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet. Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them.
Played out today, and Nova Esports will keep it in such a manner. So, opening pick, Arlie, always a really safe option. Doesn't really reveal too much of the cards, but it's now Team Secret with that double pickup, and they waste no time. They know the buy-in's up, and they're just going to be securing it for Schwen.
Yeah, so like what we discussed earlier on, right? Like you pick a Mayin because you want to deal with the Guan Yu. So Nova Esports, they can still go for the Guan Yu. It's going to be okay, but because Mayin's on the other side, maybe they want to consider other options. So going for the Sun Ce instead, which is a great pick, can come in from the side, very strong engager. Now, this is going to be the question, right? Who's going to be paired up with the Arlie for Nova Esports? The Ming is not going to be a bad pick, although you don't really need to protect the president with Arlie. But if you have that is that will ensure that they actually win the lane. Another hero that they could potentially go for with the absence of the Zhangfei is the Lianpo as well on the roam, because basically those two heroes, they provide pretty much the same win capability in the laning phase, because both of them are the two core tanks for the roam.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And I'm also thinking like none of these teams have also picked up a secure so far, where it could still provide a little bit more of, big major assistance when you actually drop in with some of these huge knockups in pivotal moments. So something to be considered, but is that really going to be something that Team Secret's hoping to actually secure for itself? Because the big priority here is to protect the DRNJ, whichever support that they are hoping to pick up, since you got to pay running. So you will assume that you're looking for a tank engager or defensive kind of setup for the rest of Team Secret. So no Agudo, no Luna. Meanwhile, Nova Esports are thinning out the pool for the mid lane. And I did mention about the Secure being a very strong option, and they also take it out of the equation.
Yeah, Sakir is a very balanced hero. You can heal, you can engage as well, so you don't want to deal with that sort of mobility and protection towards the DRNJ. Now they can pick the Lampo. Team Secret can pick the Lampo for themselves, but they will start off with the mid lane first. Nua, very strong control on the mid lane, and when it comes to push to shoves, the high ground, Nua is a very strong high ground clearance sort of hero. Okay, now Nova Esports, they can go for a tank jungler as well. The Algran is open for them to pick up. That's going to be one option. If they want to go for the Dune, that's open as well. But if they want to even go for an assassin, that's fine, because they already have the Sun Ce. So it's kind of flexible for Nova Esports now. That's why Team Secret, they didn't really target ban the jungle all the way.
True enough. And I think like if it's really going to be an assassin, I mean, Luna's taken out. You can consider Sima Yi, but I think that Musashi is a lot more steady, where you could just, fully commit. You do get some immunity of crowd control once you actually land a couple of slashes, and then you pair it with the Da Qiao. So they're looking to, once again, match up the tempo. Team Secret says, I want to play a high tempo match. It's like, oh, you want to do that? We're going to match you. So that being said, though, so you finally get the debut of Da Qiao, which haven't been seen for most part. And what it really provides to this Arlie or whoever else is in the team fight is that you could just basically call for backup with her ultimate, and at the very same time, whenever you see anyone pretty much in really dire state, you could just send them back into base, recommit to the fight. Nova Esports, they're looking for long, extended duels. Team Secret, they just want to pick off somebody, make sure that that guy gets deleted, and then, once again, single out more and more targets as they go by. So, which draft do you actually favor? I mean, this is very well thought out by both sides. It's hard for me to pick, honestly.
Yeah, and I do like the Lampo pick as well for Team Secret at the end, because we did talk about it as well. They need, number one, a tank. And because Darren J is not the longest range sort of marksman, you need somebody to be a very strong frontliner in front. So the Lampo is a perfect pick, considering that the Zhangfei has been banned out by Nova Esports. It is the only other tank roam that's able to be the strong frontliner in the roam series. We do need more roams that are tanky enough. So hopefully we get to see that in coming editions. But it's going to be game number 1 contra between Nova Esports and Team Secret.
The matchup that we've all been keeping pretty much tabs on for the longest of time. And could you actually call this an El Clasico? I mean, at a certain point, you've seen Team Secret 2 always be runner-ups, and Nova has bested them a couple of times. So it's a lot to do with pride as well, where they are here to, of course, overcome some of these demons. And at the same time, once more, one of the focal points that we're looking into the matchup is Xuan versus Xuan. I know, gets confusing once again. And Gusing versus CY. They too will be looking to really control the pace of the match.
Yeah, and if we were to look at the setup here, no swap lanes for either side because they don't really need to. I mean, you got a good protection on Team Secret's side. Nova Esports, pretty much the same as well. Ali is almost self-sustainable at the lane, so we can see a 50-50 matchup towards the farm lane side. Now, it really depends on the rotation of Nova Esports. And if we were to talk about early rotation potential, I would say Wendy has a higher potential as compared to Shisan's Nuwa.
I really do think so as well. I mean, Shisan on this Nuwa, I really want to see all these big combos coming out. Whoever that this Nuwa gets to catch is going to be pretty huge, especially when you actually lock them over onto some of all these really tight choke points with the Coalition. Coalitions, when she actually TPs over and just drops the Emergence and the Annihilation, it is just going to be a little bit tricky. So it's really about finding the right rhythm so far for these guys out there, as No hoping to actually get a patch. But over on the top side, Xuan getting chased upon, but no cigars.
Oh man, Xuan or Xuan, okay. It's going to be really hard, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Anyway, looks like Weipe is going to leave the farm lane as well, so he's making his own rotation to help secure the mid lane, but I wouldn't be surprised if he eventually goes back down there by engagement.
Wow, perfect timing on the Emergence, and with the Annihilation to secure first blood, it's going to be in a bank for Team Secret as they winter down the turret as well.
All right, get the level 4 and immediately makes a strong rotation with the Annihilation to finish things off because you're still very early. Your opponent wouldn't be able to take as much damage as compared to like the later stages of the game. So that's a good pick-up there by Team Secret.
Weipe's actually aggressing all alone, and I guess it's just to really ensure that that camp is going to be well secured for CY as well as Muchi. And the timing, like I said, perfectly executed by Shisan. The moment that the ult comes up online, he wastes no time with the Emergence. Like, just arrived at the scene, and not much that can be done by Weipe as well to actually negate him out of danger, because Muchi, I mean, being an early, generally you go for Frenzy instead of like picking it in the flash because that's kind of counterproductive, right? So it's kind of like a sitting duck situation. This Arlie being put behind, So Sun getting a little bit more up ahead as another emergence drops over the bottom side. Another kill onto Muji.
Okay, so it looks like Team Secret again with their quick rotation and also engagement. Looks like Muji, he cannot play alone now. Now the fact that we can see Shisan is really active across the map too, and not only at the farm lane, now that they've secured that, they leave that for Sun, they make the rotation back to the middle, forcing Nova Esports to also defend their mid tower.
Yeah, just like that. They just create a lot more of that chaos on the bottom side and just break open a lot more space and secures themselves the first Tyrant. Now, what exactly will be the answer from Nova Esports now that, you know, this Arlie will need to take a lot more room to gain control to eventually look for, you know, some of all these items like Doomsday or so eventually. So, ideally, they want to get some things done, and looking at the top side, they're already adding a little bit of pressure onto this Sun Tzu.
I guess Nova right now, they're just waiting for Team Fighter by Swan.
Oh, just like that, 3 members hop on board as they hope to take him down as he actually backs away safely as he got recalled in time by Waypit.
Yeah, thanks to Eye of the Whirlpool, he managed to save his teammates. But yeah, oh, okay, so Swan actually went down at the same time in the middle. So that was a very quick rotation and quick move of the Eye of the Whirlpool there to save at least one. So Nova Esports, they start to crawl back after that one pick off in the middle.
Perfect timing on the TP, but that kind of causes his own life. Once again, as a life of support, you kind of have to make the exchanges worthwhile, right? You save your Clash laner in order to get things done. Axel Torment now up online for boosting. So Muji gets a little bit of wiggle room, but take a look at mid lane. There's a lot of commotion that's kind of adding up. A little pressure as Team Secret. They're playing this high stakes game very, very well so far, getting all that 3 kills, and now comes up 2k ahead and look for a catch.
Wow, okay. From the Clash lane to the farm lane, here comes Swan. And he did not even use his set sail. So that means he still has his set sail. Oh, no, it's on cooldown right now. But anyway, still getting their pick off. So looking at some of the items, it's still pretty early. We got Smart Forge Dagger completed by Son, a very important item for him to be able to farm as quickly as possible. But while we were looking at the items, actually Team Secret, they got the Overlord.
Yeah, he just managed to sneak that perfectly in time, and just through all of that, they are looking for exchanges. At least Swan gets to also exchange with a turret of his own. Nova currently on the back foot. So, Team Secret, they are just using all of this downtime to eventually look for another big catch. And if you can just annihilate this Sun Tzu as well, they're not going to have all too much of a reliable tool to get those engages done.
Yeah, right now we can see the engagement by Team Secret into the jungle side of Nova Esports, right? So they want to try to take over at least this part of the jungle because they know that, okay, the tower is down and at the top they still have the tower, so they have a little bit more time as compared to Nova Esports trying to take over the same part of the jungle at the top. And that will force Swan to really fall back. He cannot engage at this moment.
Yeah, and at the very same time, we're looking at, you know, the right moment for Waypit to call in the Eye of the Whirlpool to really call in the cavalry in certain dire situations. Despite this Arlie, of course, going for the split, of course, it will actually pull this Bayin over the top side. Well, it's going to be a full commitment on the Muji. He just got the lead on this Arlie. And just like that, Team Secret secures himself that double with a freebie onto Waypit as well.
Wow, okay. Team Secret is still riding on the momentum at this point. But I believe that Nova Esports, they need to stack up Chuan for now. He's not really tanky yet. So for him to engage with the set sail, as long as he has not get his items in, like at least the Ominous Premonition and other tanky items, he's not able to engage towards Team Secret. So Team Secret knows that they still have this window, and that's why they are pressing Nova Esports.
Yeah, it's been a really hard press so far. They've always been hovering around the mid side, waiting for the right potential. And if anyone's to go for a split push for Nova Esports, you also have that new to go with the TP. Tyrants online.
But looks like they're going to do the Tyrant dance now. And if we were to look at the position of Team Secret, yep, they might come in from the back, but they also want to make sure that they have the information first.
Yeah, it's gonna be Xuan getting caught out. He tries to hop over the wall, but in no time, Wendy perfectly executes him while Gusing says, "It's okay, you can take my Mayin, I'll take the Tyrant." And now, Whippet seeing whether if they could just steal that Azure Golem away. No can do, good sir, as we are once again having a decent trade-off. In that exchange, it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah, you trade off a Xuan for a Tyrant. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. But Nova Esports, even though they're behind by like 2 kills, the goal difference is about 2k. It's still pretty okay for Nova Esports. All they need to do right now is to try to secure back their own jungle and slowly try to creep it onto Team Secret.
Speaking of which, no, now poking and prodding forces a flash away from Wendy. That's pretty huge. Now they recommit, and just like that, hops over, sets still, used defensively to get out of the way, while there's a little bit more recommitment coming from Muchi, going for the flank, and Stet Early has been able to find the big fat flank that Nova's been waiting so long for.
Oh, Xuan! He wanted to go all in for his counter by Xuan. But then again, he was separated by his other teammates, and from the back, Nova Esports, they know that they have the window, they know that the opening. After Team Secret was split out, they re-engaged on the other members of Team Secret and eventually taking out Son in the process. So a bit of a coordination that needs to be reworked by Team Secret there.
Yeah, I really like how they adapted. And speaking of which, they're recommitting Setsil lands directly onto Xuan, or Gusing in that particular case, and now without that catch, they know that there's no more options on the table. They secure themselves the Crimson Golem at the very least.
Whew. Okay, we can see that Nova Esports, they're starting to rise up to the occasion right now. The goal gap between them is only about 1k, and they're able to steal away the buff. So right now, it's all about taking this Tyrant, but Team Secret, they won't make it easy for them.
Here comes Gusing. He might be able to actually smite this one up for free. This is just going to be the Mayin going for an empty knockup, or Meanwhile, recommitment coming for Sean. It's CY that secures the Tyrant, and he's going to be looking for Gusing as they shut one down. An eye for an eye, but it is Nova bouncing back up.
And especially after they got the Tyrant, it was no-brainer for Nova Esports to try to get another pickup for the Team Secret. They got Sun. It's a difficult round for him so far. Only managed to get 1 kill. He needs more farm in as compared to his counterpart. They have about an 800 gold difference. Muchi now at 8k.
Yeah, and this Direnche is already working on those defensive items because he knows he's going to be pretty much the target prio, and he's already got that Succubus cloak up. He just needs to add a little bit more armory, because right now, Nova, they are really looking to dissect fights, which we last saw the past 2 fights have been immaculately executed on how they actually find those angles. Noto now guarding the jungle, and this could just be another huge one for the Crimson Golem. A CY dives right through, set seal now being charged right in. Are they going to find anything? They have already secured the Crimson, so they're just going to see if they can just get more done by taking the tier 2 up top.
Yeah, and it's a matter of time till Nova Esports, CY completing his Blazing Cape, and when he does, then the lifesteal potential by Team Secret will fall behind. So Team Secret, they must try to get more pickups before he's able to complete that. Oh, and as we're talking, Blazing Cape is completed by CY. Now it's going to be even harder for Team Secret to engage.
Yeah, but they're really looking for the commitment though. Nodo knows that he needs to pull the bricks onto it. Wendy commits, Bendy finds Shisha, and just like that, both mages are out of the equation. Now, CY still looking to hunker down. They want this Overlord, and they're calling for Team Secret. Come at me right now if you want it that badly. They will secure it. And now, that's just going to be Team Secret pulling themselves back because they don't have the prio for it.
And no, he still has the Tremor Smash though, but he does not have the opening to use his Tremor Smash because Nova Esports, they position themselves well. They know that the Tremor Smash is not out yet, so they cannot group up together. It was a risky play by them, but nevertheless, Nova Esports, because of their great positioning, they're still able to secure the Overlord, and that's the objective done. Now it's a matter of waiting for the minions to push out before Nova Esports find their next opportunity.
Blood Rage also completed by Gusing at the moment, so they will have a little bit more that they can soak up in terms of pressure. Once more, they've always targeted onto this Crimson. Once again, in the hands of Muchi this time. Oh, this early, you gotta steer clear away from any form of fights for at least a couple of minutes if they could. But the Vanguard's already knocking onto this mid turret, so they gotta at least zone it away. And Wendy, if he could just find a really good catch and just keep them pretty much well at bay, they should be able to really garner massive control, because this Bayin now is being pulled to the bottom side.
Yeah, and because of that, Nova Esports, they're looking for the opportunity. Look at Sven. He's waiting at the side there. If he sees an opening, he will go in. But he's not in a rush, because right now, the minions are pushing the wave. So as long as they can keep Team Secret in the middle, then the wave will do its own work. But nevertheless, right now, the waves has all been cleared out. Next is going to be the Tyrant objective for Nova Esports.
Yeah, looking at the current situation, Nova, massive control. Team Secret, dare not to even overstep their jungle. And just like that, another one added to the books for Nova Esports. That goal will start to add up in favor of Nova Esports, as that Crimson's also under threat, quickly secured by Wendy.
Thanks to the annihilation, Nova Esports say from afar to assist them to secure the Tyrant even faster. And now, Nova Esports, they've been securing objective after objective after objective, snowballing to 2K ahead of Team Secret. So now the pressure's on the Team Secret to try to even win back their jungle. And based on track record in the MKL so far, Team Secret, when it comes to the second half, if they don't close out the game fast enough, then they don't really have a good record of winning the second half.
Yeah, Shisan has already committed with the annihilation just to get a little bit more vision on where exactly these members of Nova is currently at. So far, no good avenues for a flank. Ideally, you want to actually find a major catch onto either CY or even Muchi in order for this fight to work in the favor of Team Secret. And they just really have to stall. They're also waiting for certain items to be completed as well. So, Hussein sees an angle, but that's just going to be Wendy. He's just going to regenerate back to 100%.
And so they got this tower at the bottom. And next is probably going to be the Overlord that Nova Esports is looking at. They're definitely not thinking about big engagements now, because you want to save all your skills for the Overlord dance. Team Secret, they must win this Overlord. If not, it's going to be really difficult for them. But before that, they have to clear off the bottom. So that allows Nova Esports to position themselves first around the area of the Overlord.
Yeah, they managed to spot that DRJ over on the bottom side, and this might just be a big call right now. Even catching a Dark Shell will be very pivotal for Team Secret, but even by doing so, you can see always being guarded by CY by the sides. So it's not going to be an easy task after all. So it's going to take a long while for that, but they managed to find a catch and stay onto Gusing, managing to at least hop over the wall. That's the thing about Haze, where they're just so nimble in order to just traverse through those terrains. And once again, the dance begins.
And here comes the dance. Both sides pretty much 50-50 at this moment, including the wave is 50-50 as well. So no team has a good clear advantage as of now. So the dance will continue on. The Clash laners from both sides, they're opening up the space. They want to have the wave advantage. But let's not forget, let's not forget about the World of the Eye pool, right? So out of the World pool for Nova Esports, they can easily call Swan to join them in the fight when it's needed.
I think that's actually the game plan. When Wendy was actually helping CY alongside, he tried to go deep dive for a steal, but it's not going to be cutting it. And this is where the rest of these members will have to once again hunker down with the Shadow Overlord now online. So it's just going to be a long haul, because there's just a lot of wave coming in. So this Tyrant is just going to be hard to be secured. Well, actually, just to recall, I believe the Shadow Overlord just took a little bit of time, so it's not appearing just yet. So the fight will be pretty much scattered around this bottom lane river.
Yeah, it could still go anywhere, right? At the bottom, especially with this Tyrant, Nova Esports definitely wants to contest this one, but at the same time, they have to look at their lanes, because the lane priority is given to Team Secret at this point. So Team Secret, they can full on focus on the Tyrant, but still CY will be taking out the Tyrant for himself. So one objective each for both sides.
Yeah, so far this game, pretty much a stalemate at 8 apiece. At this current ratio, I guess like it's going to come to a point where the goal differentials don't matter anymore as we're already approaching the late stage of the game. Meanwhile, Death Trap being set right in. Nova Esports not really falling for it as they are trying to at least get a dive set right to CY. He just knows dive into all these members, and here comes the flag with the set sail onto Kusei as he'll be the first casualty, but there is going to be a safe set by a little bit more time. Wendy commits, Wendy finds it, Sun goes down as well, and Nova takes over control.
Oh, that is the flag by Schwan, ladies and gentlemen. Though he went down, but his commitment with the set sail allowed Nova Esports to gain an advantage against Team Secret.
Just having such a big moment right there. Nova answering back, but we're looking at those ways to be managed at the same time. Team Secret, they are having that reprieve where they can still stall for the moment, and then we are going to be looking at that big fight once more as we will see pretty much the biggest objective end it all completely. Nova, they've got that advantage. They got to put it to good use in half a minute.
Okay. Speak about the end, right? It's still not the end for Team Secret. Look at the tower health now. For Nova Esports, it's even lower than Team Secret. So that means that Nova Esports will also need to be careful of the potential split push here by Xuan with the Mayan. I mean, the Mayan, we all know that besides doing flanking moves, it's able to split out the waves as well. So that's what Nova Esports will be putting focus on at the same time while they try to push back Team Secret on their own half.
Fair enough. We'll have to see what we could get here by the Tempest Dragon's fitment. And here goes. Looking for a catcher. No. Unable to actually find a breakthrough. Well, you have two members from the side of Nova actually ratting over to the top side. Somebody's got to answer this kind of split push happening, and that's going to be Ian as well as a Pay. Annihilation being sent over to Xuan, and they will now commit with a turning the tides around, and Sepsil to keep himself alive. And just like that, Nova are now challenging the current objective and now finding one more pickup against Shisan. And just like that, Nova, they will secure themselves the objective.
Oh, and Gucci's not able to get close enough.
Here goes. There's a little back and forth as you can see CY trying to do it all alone. Strand, he does actually survive for a little bit more with the Destiny for the moment, and with the Sage actually being popped, there's not much left on the table. No, Esports turn the tides around as they look to crash open their base.
Beautiful macro strategy by Nova Esports to split out Team Secret, giving them the advantage. And now they will end the game.
And there's not much that Team Secret can do about it as Nova draws the first blood in the series.
Oh man, that last move, the macro by Nova Esports, was the defining moment between this fight against themselves and Team Secret. Team Secret, they got caught off guard. The moment you pointed out that, hey, wait a second, there's like two players up there. They're revving in, they're pushing in. Team Secret, they have to scramble. They have to like, oh, we have to send the Mayan back. We have to go and deal with them up there. And you know what happens next? Eye of the Whirlpool. Whoop!
Yeah.
Save. And then another one. Set sail. Bye-bye. And it was all Team Secret got caught up by that macro play.
Insane macro play, right? I mean, at a certain point, we were thinking like, oh, why exactly is Dachao falling off the tier list for, you know, some of all these pro plays to be seen? And we can see that, yeah, she's vulnerable and all, but you can make these kind of big plays happen. It pays off dividendly. So that being said, it was just huge calls for Nova to be able to really pull this one back. This is by far one of the major comebacks we've actually seen coming from Nova, where Team Secret was actually pushing them to the ring. At a certain moment, they were contesting for the Tempest, and you can even see CY was willing to just put his body on the line, really zone out, dissect that fight, and then later on, recommit. And Nova, they saw, okay, this is that angle that we can use. And just like that, they just outplayed Team Secret in the map.
Oh man, this is microplay at its best here by Nova Esports. You know what? Normally when it comes to like this kind of stage where it's like really 50-50, you would just see like, the dance happening, and then it's like 50-50, maybe a bit of a trade-off here and there, and then the game just goes on and on and on. But Nova Esports, they're like, okay, let's problem solve it. Let's open up the map, let's play with the macro, and that's how they found the advantage against Team Secret. Beautifully done. Now, if we were to look at some of these stats here, so I would say maybe the glaring number would be only Nuno not hitting that 10k mark. But anyway, he's a support. He has already completed the Blazing Cape together with Ominous Premonition and also the Long Night Guardian. So he has done all he can when it comes to the items department. But like what you said earlier on during the game, like the network doesn't really matter at that point when it's like 50, 60k gold, because they are all pretty much stacked up. It's all really down to the macro and the micro gameplay.
Yeah, maybe you could argue in a certain standpoint where, of course, Sun has had some of his items to be delayed because he has been laser focused from the side of Nova Esports, where majority of these fights really have to hunt up for the DNG. And honestly, not much that can be done in those kind of situations where you have Muchi to be nose diving on top of Suntiz with the set sail. So a couple of times being caught out pretty much was a little bit troublesome to really keep this DNG to be offering maybe more impact into some of all these fights. But really, I think it has been pretty much a back and forth, and these two are evenly matched, so it's the point that Nova just outclassed them on that micro decision.
Well, remember when Team Secret said Wendy was a kid? Look at his damage dealt. He's the kid that is being a big boy to Team Secret here. Standing up to them, 134k damage dealt, and it's not like, he's not able to tank damage. He's the third highest damage receiver with 83.4k and still able to put up a great performance on the Team Secret. And besides these stats as well, like his Eye of the Whirlpool was on point earlier on to save his teammates from the top when they were doing the rat push. Man, Wendy, not a kid for sure. But if he's a kid, then he's a naughty one.
Well, maybe he's just the top student. We don't know. He can be a naughty top student at the very same time. So look at how this kind of graph is really telling us certain scenarios. Team Secret, in the vast majority of the early and mid game, you're actually looking at them taking the lead until the point where some of the members of Nova have been able to overwhelm them looking for that fight over on to what I believe to be the Shadow Overlord. And that's kind of where it became a little bit more out of control with all these waves crashing in. And suddenly this Da Chao, she could just call in with these whirlpools with a lot more map space to work with for his teammates. So they get more done in the map, which is why it just ballooned a little bit more out of control for Team Secret. Yeah,
the Da Chao pick was, to me, that was quite defining here. Now, would it be the MVP? Based on gameplay wise, I would probably give it to Da Chao. But we'll award the official MVP here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is given to the Musashi CY.
Yeah, not gonna lie, CY has been looking super impressive on the Musashi, where he is just really throwing his body right on the front to of course, secure some of all that space at the very same time, going for all these major pickoffs. And I look at the rest of the composition where you also have Wendy to also back him up every single time, giving him that amount of sustainability, and then follow up by all these wrap up coming from Muchi. So Nova Esports, they definitely are having so much of all these grand ideas, and CY is definitely a master planner on how he navigates himself in these fights.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like he opens up a lot of fights as well with his Musashi. While that, we're going to relive the best moments here, ladies and gentlemen, through our highlights. Starting off with this fairly early fight here, pick up at the 5th minute, and there was like because on both sides, you kind of think about it, both Team Secret and also Nova Esports. But when it comes to like the early to mid game, Team Secret, they had a lot of control over them.
Yeah, Team Secret, I was really hoping to actually see more involvement coming from Chuen, but you can see that there were certain moments where he did manage to get certain catches, but because of the fights being so dissected, there was not enough follow-up from the rest of his teammates. And when we saw how many of all these fights break loose over the mid sector there, and which kind of have some worrying signs when you didn't expect this Sun Tzu to come in with a close range set sail, and this play was the defining moment where the rest of Nova regained that tempo.
And that's why you need to man Mark Schwann. That's why, because he's so good at getting those flanks. I mean, if he can pull it off with the Guan Yu, he can definitely pull it off with the Sun Tzu as well. But now, game 1 is done. And if we talk about the Guan Yu, which is the FMVP of S3's key hero, it is still open. Have not been picked yet. It could be an option for him. But will it be banned out? Will there be a respect ban by Team Secret? It's going to be worthwhile for it. I personally think not really, because you got a lot more other heroes. But let's see what they're going to pick next.
Yeah, I feel like he won't be all too concerned whether it's being banned away, because you still have, they can actually go for a Mayin of their own if they want, since, that is being picked by Team Secret, and that's kind of a card that is being left on the table. So we'll definitely have to see if, whichever option he goes for, is he going to have that same level of impact that he had on the Sun Tzu. Now that on this global ban pick, at least some of all these big options are already out of the way. So ideally, what exactly is currently left right now remaining onto the second game's pool?
There's still plenty, right? I mean, for both sides, the hero pool is definitely deep. The Dolia for both sides is still open. So far, not banned out. The Mai is still open as well, but you're going to give priority pick to the Luna. I believe, based on what we've seen in week 1, right? Because the Luna was allowed to be played in week 1. Starting week 2 until who knows when, we're going to see a lot of Luna bans from here onwards. But we're going to start out with Team Secret taking the Long first. Now, if Nova Esports don't pick the Dolia for themselves, surely Team Secret is going to get that one.
Yeah, that's where Nova, they probably will feel very comfortable to be able to secure it now with this double pick going in their favor. Instead, they saw, hey, they kind of left out that Zhang Fei during the ban, as well as a Dharma also open on the table. So why not both? So Team Secret, they're happy with maybe these kind of exchanges where they secured their loan. They can now add a Dolia on the table. And if you want to combo it, you can still look for things like a Yi Sing to really allow themselves have a similar composition what we saw in the previous matchup between BSE as well as O2. And just like that, you got the Ogren and the Yuhuan. You're still looking at a very strong composition where you can just keep this Ogren to be dishing out damage in the front line all the time.
Well, I'm surprised they left the Dolia out. So this is going to be the question, right? Does Nova Esports want to ban the Dolia? They're going to ban the Diadia first. Now, do they want to ban the Dolia? I'm thinking that this is like a play by Secret, right? Probably they are telling themselves that we don't plan to pick the Dolia anyway. So if you use a ban onto the Dolia, hey, you know what? It falls into our plan. We don't want it anyway. You just waited one ban.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it is something that they could just have that full party on right now. So Nova, they could opt to ban something else. Maybe mark on to more clash lane options, because you already got that priority for the Dama. You can just look for even alternatives over on the support, since the Yuhuan has already picked up. So no secure, and they're just gonna ensure that they are just not gonna get that full sustained comp running on their engines at this current rate. So look at it. Chano being banned away, very interesting enough. I think that is a very good call. Was typically, I think, like we've seen certain games before, that Chano can actually match up to Long, especially during early lane trades. But if it's not favorable, you can always look for a lane swap. So not too much of an issue right there. You still have a lot of big options over on the mid lane if they really want to double down on catching. Yi Sing's not too bad here.
Okay, I also want to put it out there. I'm okay with the Zhang Fei pick because you can absorb the flaming palms from Long. So that's essentially like a counter absorb of the potential damage by Team Secret during the laning phase. So that's absolutely fine. Now with the Yi Sing being picked up by Nova Esports, they are not going for the Dolia anymore because they already have the Zhang Fei. What they need right now is a clash lane. The Guan Yu is still open for Nova Esports. But Team Secret, they can pick that to take it away from Nova Esports.
Yeah, they certainly could do so.
Oh wait, no. Sorry, I was just I got it wrong because they got the Dharma, so they're gonna go for a marksman pick. Yeah.
Yeah, if anything, Team Secret, they can consider doing that. I think it's a decent matchup, but since it wasn't that the way, they could just use it for themselves. And we are looking at a Gon and Mo pickup. Well, I really do like this because you kind of want to ensure that you have a safe distance from getting caught out by this Yi Xing, right? Like whenever he drops the chessboard or so, like you always want to ensure that you can still dish out damage and go for hooks. And if you were to have an all-in, so you want to see Shishan to be having those major impact, get that early wave clear, and already look for perhaps a little bit more nuisance to be offered towards the side lanes as well. But Nova now, one final pick to wrap things up. What exactly would be the key recipe for Nova to close off the series? And it will be Lady Sun, because that pool of marksmen has dwindled so much that they have to either go for Lady Sun or maybe a Marco Polo. But if you were to take a Marco Polo, it's kind of a little bit risky, right? Considering that you got hot hitters on Team Secret as well.
Yeah, because Marco Polo has to go in per se, right? So since you already have like the setup of like the Yi Xing, you have the Zhang Fei as a frontliner, you have the Agudo as a frontliner as well. So when I saw that, while you were putting out your thoughts, I had it in my mind that, okay, the lady side is going to be picked up because you can have that protection in front of you. Basically, this is a protect the president sort of strategy at the front line especially. Now, what will happen if it's infiltrated at the back, right? That's where the Dharma will play a role. But if they are on the offensive side, then the Dharma can play the flanking role. So it's kind of flexible for Nova Esports here coming into this second game. And speaking about the second game, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Nova Esports versus Team Secret.
We want to see whether this could go all the way into our third matchup of the series, and it all begins here already having a little bit of tussle as we see Gusing dropping down to 50%. The camps haven't even spawned yet, my friend, but these guys, they're just ensuring that they are showing full aggro, and getting that priority on that rotation is going to be pretty huge. And with that lane swap, I think like things are pretty much going up to speed here as they're funneling more gold to Muchi.
I also want to put out that protect the president, how would it work for Nova Esports? Potentially is because they also have the Agudo. So because you can send your furball to the front, at the same time you can stay at the back. If it's needed, you can recall back your furball, so that's okay. That could be an option. Or the Zhang Fei can go with the Leaping Savior to provide extra shield towards Muchi. So they have a lot of retreat sort of options here to protect Muchi at the end of the day for protect the president to work.
Yeah, just ensuring that the president is never isolated in these fights. If isolated, you expect Shisa to be having his mouth-watering pickoffs where, God and Mo players think it's just 100-0. Speaking of which, they'll be having that little bit of a token pot as Purple now being sent over the side of Gusing. He's dropping very low. This might just be the first blood as he falls away just in the nick of time.
Okay, and Weepit is still level 3, so he does not have the Unbridled Outburst. So they don't want to make those big engagements and overextend their stay in the middle. So they let that one go. But Swan is thinking of something cheeky.
Indeed, and just like that, 3 members collapse. Well, I consider Purple to be a member as well. And that is first blood as Sunja takes a little notice of the current situation. So quick off right there.
Yeah, let's not forget about our fur buddies, right? So glad that you count him in as well. So technically it's a 6v5 if you want to put that in. And that's also a new skin, by the way, that CY is using. So you guys can check it out inside the game as well.
Well, absolutely love it. Here comes the board as he is being dropped right in, locking them down while Muchi has to flash away. It's Shisan to be the casualty in that skirmish. A very timely rotation from Wendy, and just like that, this is just not much that can be done by Whippet to really hold down the line.
Yeah, but at least if you want to count return of investment, I mean, you lost a roam. Hashtag Rome Lives Matters, but you traded off with the mid, with the Shisan, and that's absolutely okay, right? So that's fine. Now, of course, it's still very early in the game, for any significant items, but we'll see what sort of items that will eventually go for. For sure, we're going to see Wayplay going all in tank. Omnious Premonition is going to be one of his key items, together with the Blazing Cape combo as well, to be expected later on.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ford did not manage to catch Goosing. She's some stuff, but it's underneath the turret. What I do notice with, the scoreboards being brought up is that there is a significant slight lead for Sun to actually activate his first island a little bit earlier as compared to Muji. I guess it's also due to that pressure over the gang. And speaking of which, here comes Goosing. 2 versus 1, this time trying to turn the favor around, but CY joins on board at the very same time. Goosing hoping to actually lock them down, and here comes Wendy. And just like that, CY will just completely zone out the Augury.
Quick move, quick engagement by CY, and he's not stopping yet. Look at the map, he's going into the jungle. Now Shisa's in trouble.
Oh yeah, just like that. We expected a little pressure, but CY, he gets not only the Azure, he gets every camp together with a freebie onto Shisun. And that is the biggest value for Nova Esports.
Oh man, now Shisun doesn't have the space to play. Alright, Albus.
Oh, big catch right there. The board lock right in, but the flank comes through from Chuan as he comes in with a set seal, and he is absolutely negated with the rest of these members being zoned out. There's bad news after bad news. They will have to fall back.
And now even more bad news for Team Secret. They will lose their buff in the jungle. Look at CY just zoning out whoever who's at the mid, and that was Shisun there. Cannot engage at all. They have to let their jungle go and potentially even their bottom tower.
Can I already give this MVP title to CY if they do win the game? Because the impact of this Agilda, I tell you, is just absurd. He's just getting free objectives, free camps over on the corner, getting also Shisun by doing so, and just like that, there's just no way that Team Secret can actually call for engagement. If they can sneak this one steal, then maybe they can turn it around.
And to add on to it, the Blood Rage is already completed by CY. So he's an absolute boss. Wait, what? What? Okay, with a couple blades? A steal? Alright, Shisun, being naughty here.
Yep, that was necessary. I mean, Team Secret needed to recover, and you just got to put everything on the board. Of course, with the ultimate expended, maybe you might have lesser book control. And here comes the flare ball onto No, as there is not much that can be done for Team Secret to secure their Azure. We'll have to let that one slide. But at this current standpoint, how do you manage this rampaging Bagudo all over the map? And on top of that, somebody's also got to keep in check where Schwann's going to be in position for these flanks.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to do it, but if they can force out the Blood Rage before a team fight, that's their winning condition. Here we go.
True Mantra lands perfectly onto Shisun. He's just a sitting duck right there with the roll as my board. As much as it's being dropped, not much that can be recovered is once more free control of the jungle, and Chuen absolutely out of position. It's just going to be an easy taking. So 2 key takeaways from Nova Esports. They got 2 of the highest value targets in all the battles.
You take my Tyrant, I take away your entire jungle. At the same time, the bottom tower will definitely go down to the hands of Nova Esports and Team Secret. Even if you look at the items, they are way far behind right now. We're talking about 3k gold lead, the goalless one, but when it comes to the items, they're not ready to engage with Nova Esports yet.
Not ready at all. I mean, ideally, you still need another item to be set right here for Xuan to eventually to be going on a little bit more of an offensive stance. And at the very same time, you got to find Muji in these couple of all these scenarios. But we're talking about protecting the president every single time, and you can already see all these BP targets always already positioned over onto the course, so it's just like a barricade that they just can't pass at this moment. But can they at least clear off the windows? Yes, they do with a couple of blades, but here comes the rest of the members hopping right through, diving onto Shisun, and just like that, with a snap of a finger, No gets deleted as well.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the fact that the Venomous Staff is completed by Wendy. So while the Venomous Staff is ready, Gushing will not be able to engage. And all they can do is play it defensively. Nova Esports knows that. That's why Waypit, he went in with the Unbridled Outburst to open up that fight and essentially take it out 2 from Team Secret.
Here comes the dive, and this is just an all-in call coming from Xuan, and he will actually find Wendy, but he's got the passive online. He walks away scot-free, and it costed him a little bit, but that pressure was relieved from Team Secret, so a little sacrifice goes a long way.
Yeah, he sacrificed himself for the opportunity of Team Secret to clear off the wave earlier on, giving them a second lifeline. The fact that their tower is not down, so they still have the opportunity to, okay, guys, we can still recover from this. But the thing is that the moment they step out into the jungle, as expected, Nova Esports, they have cleared it off.
Yeah, it's just a very risky call, you know, like he could have actually been taken out very swiftly as well, but he has been able to buy a little bit more of that space for the rest of Team Secret to get that access back in the jungle again. But here comes CY. Furball out. Dodo kind of extended for a little bit, but thankfully he's not exactly in the worst of position to be able to at least hug alongside with his teammates. Now, 20 over seconds, Iron coming back online, Overlord available. Nova has no pressure on when do they really have to start it, but you know, they could just maybe set up a trap and look for something in return.
Yeah, that's what they're looking to do, right? They're trying to lure out Nova Esports from their base. And so far, for Team Secret, they're not really biting the bait yet. And I just noticed the flaming palm on the wave pit. If you notice that it absolutely did nothing to wave pit, it's more of like a scratch rather than anything else. That's how big of a gap right now that they have between these two teams.
Yeah, brick wall stacking upon each other, and even if you want to take out one of all these tanks, like it takes so much of these resources from Team Secret to do so. And Shisan, he's 0-4 at the moment, no resources on the funnel in, only having the scepter, and it's like that, another recommitment right through. From right of us, knows them all completely, having pretty much Shisan to throw his body on the line, get some space. Here comes the set seal for and flank, but is it gonna cut it though? Because Team Secret, they can only try to look for a little picking against Mochi, and Muchi will still secure it in return.
Look at Muchi, well protected, but it's over yet.
And they're just going to secure it just like that. 4-0. Nova Esports looking for the clean sweep, going for the ace, and now breaking barriers, breaking ankles, and closing things off with a clean sweep against Team Secret.
And the record continues for Contra, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever he casts, it's a 2-0 day. Oh, man.
You're right. I've never actually kept count, but I didn't expect this to be a 2-0 game. You saw how close game 1 was. I was expecting this to be very similar. Other teams have run this protect the precision comp, but not to the level of perfection that Nova. You saw CY was everywhere on the map.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And Muchi, he had a lot of bodyguards around him. He had the CY, he had Weibit with the Sangfei. As in our theory, we did talk about like, what level of protection does he has, and he has at least 3 of them from Nova Esports to protect him, not allowing Team Secret to even touch it. Well, they were able to deal damage to Muchi, but not able to take him out because of the level of protection that they have. Plus, you have the Unbridled Outburst. If you come, we can push you away anyway. So it was pretty difficult for them to get the lady soon.
Yeah, and it's just like that. Even that final attempt, you saw the Sunset was just chasing after her, but it's already a lost cause because majority of these team members have been zoned out. They cannot participate, and even if they do, you saw what happened to Shisan. You saw what happened to Gu Xing. So ideally, as much as they have grand ideas that they want to execute, they just couldn't really get it all sorted because of all these early pickups and the impact of what not only I've highlighted CY just about enough, right? And you relieve that pressure from this Dharma to also going for another setup and Weibit to be the main front line to be able to come in with the Unbridled Outburst. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah, and he was the only death in this round for Nova Esports. That was done like very, very early on. The rest of it, Team Secret couldn't get anyone at all. And one of the key items for Nova Esports to win this is, of course, they completed the Venomous Staff that will not allow Gu Xing to deal havoc when it comes to team fights. And because of that, we can see the damage dealt by Gu Xing. He's one of the lowest. In fact, he is the second lowest, just about 8k behind Xuan.
Yeah, you compare jungler to jungler, that's triple margins coming in from the damage output from CY himself, right? It's pretty ridiculous to the point that Muchi honestly didn't really have to do much this match. So he's sitting back, it's like, oh, a fight? Yeah, I'll see what I can get. Like, if you allow me to secure the kills, yeah, that'll be good enough to boost my stats up.
yeah, I like the way that you put it, right? It feels like Muchi is just like, I'm the target man, I'm the bait. Come get me if you can. Like, yeah, I don't need to be the one that deals a lot of damage, come up with all those sexy stats. No, you just come at me. My boys will do everything else. And when we say my boy, Wendy, the boy, the kid, well, again, performing very well with the damage down of 59.4k and also damage taken of 24.6k. Not the highest amount of stats, but still his words, my boy, is on point. Now we're going to look at the graph here, ladies and gentlemen, and this is definitely going to be a steady graph towards Nova Esports.
Yeah, steady. As you can see, everything just moves in favor of Nova throughout almost the entirety of the game phase. And in terms of objective, of course, kudos to the mid laner of Team Secret. They did manage to steal away one Tyrant, but that didn't really have too much of a major impact into how Team Secret has had in the terms of team fighting, because they just have no prio. Even when you want this Ogren to be coming up with hit, you saw he was being put behind, because how many camps did he lose? If you were to make count $1 for a camp, I will go broke. Oh, that also tells you that there's actually not much in my wallet anyway. So somebody fund me.
Okay. Donations are open now for Contra, ladies and gentlemen. He needs a little bit of help. But this guy doesn't need help. It is Whip for Nova Esports as our MVP this round. The only guy who sacrificed himself for the greater good of the team.
Yeah, not only was he putting himself on the line whenever they needed him most, he was just really taking charge with all these fights to be opened up with that Umbrella outburst, really dissecting some of all these angles, and then just let the rest of them rip. That's how CY actually gets all those activations, especially when you saw he was also pretty key in catching out Season multiple times, and at the very same time, there were certain rotations that also punishes Xuen, the one from Team Secret, of course. And just like that, two of these high priority members being put so far behind that Wayfit, he's just gonna have a field day out, the best bodyguard on the block.
Hey, I'm glad support players get some love, okay? So not complaining there. Anyway, looking over at the highlights, besides that one kill at the bottom on the Waypit, it was pretty much Nova Esports all the way. Now, we look at this engagement, right? They try to get to the backline. Either it's Wendy or either it's Muchi. But because CY, Waypit, and even Xuan, they were true bodyguards to these two players. Team Secret, they had a very hard time just going in onto the backline.
Yeah, it's just even if you try to trade, you got 3 players running at you at any given moment if you were to try to target anyone. So it's hard to really focus onto even Muchi himself. You saw even Xuan here tried, and as a lady son, you can always kite. You can also pop the flash if it really comes push to shove. So pretty straightforward on how Nova closed off game 2, but in the grand scheme of things, Nova remains to be unbeaten throughout the league.
Yep, it's a 3-0 for Nova Esports. They share the same record as AG Global right now at number 1 and number 2 respectively, followed by BSE. With their win today, they're at number 3. And we have Team Secret at number 4 right now. They dropped because they lost to Nova Esports. And following that, DTE Gaming, they're still at number 5 despite them losing towards Seoul Esports. At least they still remain above all the other teams that came in through the qualifiers. Now, Tora, they did not play today, so they remain at number 6. Seoul Esports, because of their win, they now climb up at number 7, but they're still not out of it yet. They have to find a way to be at least in the top 6 to move on to the playoffs. O2 Esports still have not found their win yet in the MKL.
Yeah, we'll see whether if they can just pull off what Seoul Esports have done, as today's big win coming out of Seoul Esports sees them climbing up. So they can now potentially fight for that top 6 spot. So the race is looking really tight for the top 4, and at the other half of the standings as well. It's a little bit of a worrying sign to DTE, where we remember how well they played up against AG Global, and then Seoul Esports came up with fantastic drafting for today, sees them come up ahead. So, that's not all that we do have for this weekend, because tomorrow we have another massive schedule ahead of us with a lot of action-packed HOK for you guys to tune in.
And starting off with Toda versus O2 as match number 1. Match number 2, another clash of giants here. It's going to be Team Secret and Black Shrew Esports. And match number 3 is going to be Nova versus AG, the match that would decide who is at number 1 and number 2 as of now.
Wow, we thought that this match is already huge enough. Tomorrow's matchup, high stakes involved for all these names out there. But of course, our eyes are pretty much fixated on that final series. Nova versus AG. Someone's gonna walk home with a big smile, and another one maybe a little bit more upset because that clean streak will be broken then and there.
Yeah, and they met before during the S3 qualifiers. Though Nova Esports won, but it was not an easy win for Nova Esports. So expect that match to be huge, to be big tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely, you don't want to miss out on that. And for O2, of course, they're still looking for their first win. Let's see if they'll get it tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, make sure you guys follow HOK Esports on every social media platform to stay up to date on the latest happenings. Not only the MKL, there's also other regions concurrently running if you guys want to check out more on those kind of action. So, of course, you have plenty of content to catch up to. That being said, though, the race is still on tomorrow. Very big day for all the teams that are involved. So we wish them the very best of luck. And today, I think the results absolutely fruitful. What was your favorite moment of today's schedule?
Well, to me, it was Seoul Esports actually winning their first game. So it was a great moment for Seoul Esports, definitely for the team as well. The first game, through a huge comeback, they carried the momentum over onto the second game, and it was a clean 2-0 win against DTE, a team that they did not meet during the qualifiers. And they are showing to everyone that, hey, you know what? We didn't have a good week 1. Don't count us out yet.
That's right. And of course, there's more surprises in the cards or in the books along the lines of what the entirety of the season actually offers. I think everybody learned a lot on all these drafts. As week 1, it has a certain trend. Week 2, we're also seeing the trend to be shifting a little bit more, playing around Yuhuans and stuff like that. That seems to have high win ratio so far. So perhaps this is something that more and more teams will be picking up on, and you guys back at home can also use it for your ranked games as well to gain an advantage, as well as some stars along the way.
Yeah, speaking about trends, the Luna trend is starting here on week number 2 as well. Absolute ban. I expect that to continue to be a top ban, at least in week 2, until we find another trend that's being exploited by all these teams. But I think that's going to be the ban of the season. The Luna, after seeing it in week 1, is definitely very, very strong. So the Luna is expected to continue to be a priority ban for all these teams.
Yep, that's right. And of course, we shall see what they will unfold to us tomorrow. So make sure you guys tune in. So job's done for today. It's been a pleasure to cast alongside with you, Cloud, as we definitely look forward to more coming up over the course of the weekend. This is the MKL Spring Season 2025. And of course, you take care and have a great weekend. Till then, see you soon.
Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. sweat and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars align. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.
I can see it.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime. We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
I can see it.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Turn it back.